And we're live, Mayor Ostrander.
Sorry, Mayor, you're muted.
Of course I am. Of course I am. Thank you very much. We'll start again. Welcome, everybody. It's 6:33 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order by formally recognizing the traditional keepers of this land, and specifically our neighbors of the Alderville First Nation with a formal territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the municipality of Brighton is located on the Mississauga Anishinaabe territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississauga. The Council of the Municipality of Brighton respectfully acknowledges that the Mississauga Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. I will also advise that due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting will be held using electronic conference technology. Members of council, municipal staff, and anyone interested in speaking during the statutory public meeting will all be engaging in tonight's meeting through video conference. The public is invited to join us by viewing this meeting live on the Municipality of Brighton YouTube channel. I will also note that once we proceed into closed session, the live YouTube stream will end for the duration of tonight's council meeting. With regard to that, members of council, we will actually have a quick conversation as to whether we want to proceed into the closed session, depending on how long this meeting runs. I have a feeling it may be a lengthy meeting given the interest from the public for tonight's statutory public meeting. So now we move into the approval of the agenda. The motion before me reads that council approve the June 14th, 2021 planning meeting agenda as presented. Is there a mover? Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Is there any discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes,
That's carried.
thank you. Members of council, I'll ask if you have any declarations of pecuniary interest, and if so, please state the general nature thereof. Councillor Tadman.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to declare on 5.4, please.
And the general nature thereof?
Relations.
Thank you. Anyone else? You all? We have no delegations this evening. That takes us to the statutory public meeting with a motion that reads that council move into the statutory public meeting on June 14th, 2021 at 6:36 p.m. Is there a mover? Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Bateman. Is there any discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes,
Carried.
thank you. And with that, I'll read a statement out of the Planning Act for those who may have interest in seeking information and or may have an interest in seeking an appeal at the end of any decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality of Brighton in respect of the proposed plan of subdivision, zoning bylaw amendment, or consent before the approval authority gives or refuses to give approval to it, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality of Brighton to the local planning appeal tribunal. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality of Brighton in respect of the proposed plan of subdivision, zoning bylaw amendment, or consent before the approval authority gives or refuses to give approval, The person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the local planning appeal tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the municipality of Brighton in respect of the proposed plan of subdivision, zoning bylaw amendment, or consent, you must make a written request to the municipal clerk, Candace Dora. With that, we head into the items in our statutory public meeting. The first is with regard to consent and rezoning application files number B07 2021, B08 2021, B09 2021, and Z07 2021. The owner is Rosslyn Builders and 1751819 Ontario Incorporated. The location is Lot 1 on Plan 490, being Part 1 on Plan 39R 12428, and part of Lots 1 and 2, Concession 2, and part of Lot 34, Concession A, being Part 1 on Plan 39R 9723, and Parts 4 and 5 on Plan 39R 11830. And Mr. Barry, just for everyone's information, Mr. Barry is our new manager of approvals. For those who may not be familiar with Josh, he's joined us a couple of times, but there was one time when I accidentally turfed him out of a meeting. So again, Josh, I've fallen on my sword a couple of times for that, so I apologize again. But Mr. Barry, by what method and on what date was notice of this consent and zoning bylaw amendment application given?
Notice of the consent and zoning bylaw amendment application was sent by first class mail on May 21st, 2021. So all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. Notice was also circulated to all the agencies as required under the Planning Act. In addition, a signed notice was also posted on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. And would you please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications and what the applications would accomplish?
The purpose and effect of consent applications B07-2021 and B08-2021 are to sever the property located at 98 Sanford Street. 2 semi-detached dwelling units are proposed on the severed lands. A single detached dwelling is proposed on the retained lands. The purpose of the consent application B09-2021 is to sever the property located at 98 Sanford Street and add it to the adjoining parcel to the east, which is the parcel traded through the conditionally approved B05-2020. The purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application Z07-2021 is to rezone the severed and retained lands created through consent application B07-2021 and B08-2021 from the urban residential 2 zone to the special urban residential 239 zone and the special urban residential 240 zone to reduce the required lot frontages and increase the maximum amount of allowable lot coverage for the severed parcel created through B08-2021. Zoning bylaw amendment also seeks to rezone the combined lot created through consent application B09-2021 from the urban residential zone 1 and urban residential 2 zone to the special urban residential 35 zone to reduce the required lot frontage, place the whole of the combined lot in one zone, and to reduce the required setback from the top of bank of Butler Creek for the combined lot. That's it.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Barry. Does the owner or applicant wish to make any comments this evening? I thought I saw Mr. Phillips here.
So my name's Mark Tao. I'm the owner's planner and agent on the file. So I was looking for the raise hand function. I couldn't find it.
Go ahead, Mark. I saw you appear on the screen and I figured it must be you who wanted to make comments. So please proceed.
All right, thank you. I do have a very brief presentation, just if it's helpful, just about 10 slides or so. So if I'm allowed, I'll share my screen and then I can run through that if that's maybe helpful.
Do you have access to the share screen function?
I do. It looks like I do. Yes. So
then.
Just get this showing properly here. There we go. Okay. And And share. Okay. So can you see my screen?
We can see that.
Okay. So as Mr. Berry identified, we have filed applications on behalf of the owner for consent and zoning bylaw amendment for parcels on Sanford Street. So the overall intent of the proposal is to combine two existing parcels and ultimately to create a net increase of 2 residential parcels for a total of 4 lots for a residential development. I'll explain the images in the next few slides. So the subject property is located on Sanford Street near the intersection with Princess and north of Main. It was council may have seen this image or similar image previously last year, because a consent application had been filed to combine what's showing here as parcel 2 with parcel 3, which is a portion of an unopened road allowance that was disused. It currently does have an easement underneath it for servicing of the subdivision to the northeast here, but otherwise doesn't have any public function in terms of providing road access. So council had approved conditionally a lot addition application to combine essentially parcels 2 and parcel 3. And then parcel 1 is 98 Sanford Street, and it's currently occupied by an existing dwelling. It's a large lot at 2,800 square meters, over 100 feet or approximately 100 feet of frontage on Sanford. And so these are the 3 parcels involved with the consents and the rezoning. So the intention is to take the parcel that was approved to be combined and enlarged last year, which is outlined here in green, and to further enlarge it by adding the northerly portion of 98 Sanford Street, which is outlined in yellow here, so that there's one large parcel in behind access from the former Factory Street Road allowance, and the northern boundary would be roughly Butler Creek as it comes across, and that would allow for a dwelling to be built in here outside of the sanitary easement that travels along the south and east edge of the property. And then the remainder of the existing property at 98 Sanford Street would be developed with a semi-detached building on the west half, or its western 2/3, and then a single detached dwelling on the eastern parcel. So to do this, we filed a total of 3 consent applications. Consent 1 was to add the yellow outline parcel here to the larger parcel here. The second and third consent applications were to create the semi-detached lot here outlined in blue, and 2 different blues. And then the zoning bylaw amendment application was to address certain lot frontage reductions, minor reductions for the frontage here, which was part of the previously approved lot addition. One of the conditions of the consent approved last year was to get a variance or rezoning to address the existing frontage that was retained as part of the Factory Street parcel. And then a reduction in minimum frontage is required for the single detached lot, and then increase in lot coverage required for the middle or for the central lot here for the semi-detached lot. And then there's 2 or 3 different zones in throughout this whole area. There's some overlapping zone lines. And so the rezoning application, as Mr. Berry outlined, would also place each of the lot within its own zone. So there wasn't 2 zones on one lot, which can cause confusion in terms of what zone provisions apply. And last provision was to reduce the minimum setback from the top of the bank or of the slope leading down to the creek. The owner had a site-specific geotechnical study done that looked at the nature of the creek and the slope leading down to the creek, and concluded that the setback could be reduced from 10 meters to 5 meters. And the Conservation Authority had reviewed that as well and agreed with the findings in the 5-meter setback. So briefly, as part of the submission, we outlined to review the provincial policy statement and the county and local official plans. And we found that the applications were consistent with the intent of the 2020 PPS. The local official plan identifies the property as being within the residential designation primarily, but also partly within the environmental protection designation, which is the area associated with Butler Creek, and no developments proposed in the creek area or any of the required setbacks from the creek. The lands also fall within the urban settlement boundary, the intensification boundary, and then also the special policy area associated with Butler Creek. And the proposal and the applications comply with all of the official plan policies in terms of use and setbacks, and maintenance of natural heritage and avoidance of natural hazards. And with respect to the zoning, the existing lot occupied by a dwelling at 98 Sanford Street, it's actually in 3 different zones. There's an R2 zone, there's a floodplain zone, and then there's the EP zone. And then the larger combined lot is in an R1 zone over here, and then partly in the R2 zone, and also in the floodplain and EP zone. And so the proposal, as Mr. Barry outlined it, is to place the lots in an appropriate zone to allow the use of single detached dwelling and semi-detached and single detached dwelling here. And these would all align with the standard zone provisions with the minor exceptions outlined. With the R1 zone for the larger lot having a reduced frontage to 14 meters and reduced setback from the top of bank of the slope to the creek. And then the single and semi-detached lots, one of the lots would have a reduced frontage and one of the lots having increased lot coverage. So briefly in conclusion, we believe the policies of the OP and the PPS are met and that the zoning is appropriate, that the proposal is compatible with the surrounding uses, and that the zoning request represents good planning. So happy to answer any questions. I know the lot fabric is a little fuzzy and it may take a little bit to wrap your head around it. So happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mark. Is it Tao? Is that how I pronounce your last name?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Thank you. I've just stopped sharing your screen so that I can get an answer to my next question, which is, are there persons present who have questions or comments regarding the proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications? And if you do, I'd ask you simply to make your video available, and I will call upon you. I'm not seeing any. Madam Clerk, are you aware of anyone joining us for this portion of the statutory public meeting?
No, I did not have anybody.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments regarding the proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment application for members of council? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question based on the drawings. The private drive that seems to be running through the middle of what we have listed here as Factory Street. Mr. Tao, I believe you said that that's an easement for municipal infrastructure. Will that be affected in any way?
Good question through you, Mr. Chair. No. So that was part of the reason to do the site-specific geotechnical study, was to ensure that there is an adequate amount of space between the easement and the creek and the slopes of the creek for a building envelope. So no, there's enough room to develop outside of the easement. There would need to be a driveway on top of the easement. And the owner understands that if there's ever a need in the future for maintenance work to be done on the buried infrastructure, that the municipality would need to get access there, and their access may be limited during that time.
Thank you for that.
Councilor LeBlanc.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. This is for the planner or the owner through you. I have 2 questions. One, when the first subdivision for Rosslyn Estate was given, there was supposed to be a trail from Proctor House to Ontario Street or something with the builder. There was consent there was not consent, but they were looking at it. And it was talked about. Then the last one that we did for Rosslyn Street, the second amendment plan, I brought it up at that meeting. And the planner or the owner said he would look at it. Is this the last piece of property that he has to develop? Or to have a trail from Proctor House, either the north side of the creek or the south side of the creek? Is that still an option that they're looking at?
Mr.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and to the councillor. So I did have a brief conversation with the owner, and the owner is willing to take those steps needed to create or provide access for a trail from the Conservation Authority, or from the conservation area, the Proctor Park Conservation Area, to along the creek, and also potentially stretching north to make a northerly connection as well. I'm not aware of the details in terms of conveyance or an easement or access as part of previous approvals, because I wasn't really involved till the very tail end of those. But I think the owner has advised that they are willing to work with the municipality to provide that access where feasible.
Thank you both. I trust that we can have staff reach out to Mr. Phillips and engage in those conversations as part of our trail wish list, so to speak. Councillor Tadman. You're muted, Mary.
Just that whole area where our infrastructure runs up on the old factory street. And Mr. Phillips planner said that the builder is agreeable that at some time the driveway may have to be dug up. But would this go on the actual deed so that whoever ends up owning it understands that at some point, because infrastructure eventually breaks down, would they know ahead of time when they bought that particular piece of property?
Mr. Tao or Mr. Berry?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I'll attempt an answer. And so my understanding is when the consent for the lot addition last year was approved, one of the conditions dealt with conveyance of the unopened road allowance to the owner. And so as part of that, I'm not sure if there already is an easement registered on title as part of the existing easement that's currently contained. So anybody who bought the property, even as combined, would be on notice essentially because of that easement being registered. Whether a buyer would necessarily understand that an easement being there means that there could be a future time when maintenance work does have to be done, that I'm not sure. I can tell you that the developer owner is intending to develop that lot for themselves to build on. So I think for the immediate future, at least the owner would be well aware of what would have to be done there. But I'm not sure if staff are aware of any other conditions or notices on title about the nature of that. But
Mr. Berry?
Yes, it's through you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that there's an easement registered on title for municipal services, and that would carry forward with the title for the new lot.
Thank you both. Councillor Tadman has a follow-up.
Mr. Berry just answered my question. I spent a lot of time this afternoon understanding the whole legalities of easements and right-of-ways, and obviously because there's an easement, I believe that we're well taken care of as a municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Tadman. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on Councillor LeBlanc's conversation with my concern was about the creek too. I want to make sure that it's accessible to all residents, and we're working really hard to on trails for the municipality, and that trail is something that we discussed before. And so would it be something that would come forth prior to a decision on this, or would it be as part of the decision on this, would that be the hopes that the owner would agree to that portion of the trail prior to the decision on this?
The motion before me and the motion in your package has nothing to do with the trail. And I guess I would look to our staff, Mr. Barry, to advise if it's possible to link what we're doing tonight to a potential trail negotiation. Mr. Barry?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor LeBlanc had asked a question of whether there's other holdings that the owner has. There is a retained parcel, a large parcel that's north of Butler Creek, which is currently designated as Greenfield in the Brighton official plan. So through any applications of that parcel, we would be looking at things such as a trail feasibility study. I'll ask Mr. Tao if there's anything further to add to that.
Mr. Tao?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so we had a conversation with staff a couple of weeks ago, I guess now, in relation to the applications, and part of that was about maintaining flexibility to provide public access for a future trail along the creek. And as Mr. Barry identified, there is about 70 hectares of retained land essentially north of the creek that abut Proctor Park Conservation Area and go all the way up actually to Tees Lane. And so the owner in the development of that property in the future is very, very much open to having a trail system developed along the creek as part of it. I believe that would most likely be on the north side of the creek. So if you're to come in off of Ontario or Princess Street and possibly a road access through there, that there would be a creek path system that would go along that portion of the creek and then make connections to Proctor Park Conservation Area and hopefully also further north. I'm not sure about what was discussed with respect to previous approvals, perhaps along the south side of the creek or not, but I know there's nothing in this area subject to these applications in terms of trail access that was showing up on for example, previous approvals or mapping. So I don't know if there was an opportunity to create a link on the south side of the creek or if it was always intended to be on the north side as part of previous approvals, but yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. Councilor Anderson as a follow-up.
Just as thank you, Mayor, as a follow-up. So this property would go right to the, I'll call it the edge or of the creek. And if it does, then that would eliminate any potential with of a trail on the south side if the owner wouldn't want that. Now the north side could be years before it's developed. We don't know. We're looking at moving that trail forward is in a timely manner, whether north or side or south side. So if the south side is right to the creek, in which you haven't answered, I'll ask you to answer that. If the property goes right to the creek, then it would mean that we probably have to look at the north side to make this decision on, or you would need to make the decision on north side. So that was sort of mumble jumble, but I think you got the drift of what I'm talking about.
I understand. I certainly understand what you're talking about, Councilor Anderson. I would point out that on the south side of the creek there, as we migrate further down the creek, past this development into the existing development, we've already permitted housing to be built along that portion of the creek. So I think we've already, through the course of development, we've already sort of pigeonholed ourselves into the north side. So we will have to wait for future development on that. But I think it's good for members of council to keep it top of mind as we move it forward. And yes, it could be years away, or perhaps we could ask staff to begin those conversations now, and maybe Mr. Phillips will be amenable to allowing an easement in advance of development conversations.
No, I think that's good, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bateman.
Just had a question on, it's either for Mr. Barry or Mr. Walsh, just more for clarification for myself. Number 4, part 2, the cash in lieu of parkland. Typically, when the reports come, there's the option of parkland or the cash in lieu. Is this just cash in lieu of parkland due to the possibility of the trails, or is that two separate issues? Or is there just no land available for parkland?
Mr. Barry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, typically these consent applications, staff just ask for cash in lieu. It's not really large enough a development to ask for parkland, which would be based on 5% of the area. But I'll ask Mr. Walsh as well if he's anything to add to that.
Mr. Wolf?
Through the mayor to council, I concur with Mr. Barry's comments. The land base here is fairly small. We don't have an articulated trail plan to give direction to applicants. It might be a little bit premature to ask for any specific trail location here. Sounds like maybe there is more history that maybe I'm familiar with, and so maybe there is some direction momentum going forward as to a trail in relation to Butler Creek and this property. But typically, that is the standard in the absence. The standard is the 5% in lieu in the absence of a trail plan in place in which we can ask for such infrastructure, land for such infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. My question is regarding the cash in lieu as well. I think there's concern sometimes that we're giving away parkland, but as you're saying, it's on these smaller pieces of property, that's not a possibility, or it's not enough for parkland. So I guess I want to touch on that. Is that a common thing? When are we looking at parkland instead of just the cash in lieu? What kind of size are we talking about so that we have a better understanding of that?
Mr. Barry? Mr. Walsh?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask Mr. Walsh to elaborate on my comments given my recent history here, but typically draft plan of subdivisions, we are asking for parkland now if it's sizable to support it for recreational purposes. I know that our director of Parks and Recreation is looking at criteria to determine the size of the park, but I'll ask Mr. Walsh to add since he's been here a bit longer.
Mr. Walsh?
Through the mayor, I don't really have much more to add to that. In plans of subdivision, there's a general planning practice of having small parks within 200 meters of any home, and we try and make sure we get that type of park system into every plan of subdivision and make sure that there's adequate connections between plans of subdivision so that people can get from one park to another, and that there's at least one larger contiguous park. So there is some best practices in park planning out there, and in the absence of detailed secondary plan policies, for example, we work incrementally with individual applications and move forward. As council will recall, our recent discussions on Butler Creek Condominiums, for example. In this case, it is a consent, and I don't normally find that we would ask, and many municipalities don't ask for parkland for small lot consent. Again, in the absence of a detailed plan for a trail system, there's not a lot of direction in terms of location and preference for where these things might go. In this case, we might be working with some environmentally sensitive lands that within this parcel may not be the best location for a trail either, and that has not been assessed. So again, it might be premature to ask for a trail in this location, but we will, as clearly of interest to council, have to reach out to Mr. Phillips and work further with him on that issue, and so that we can be maybe further informed and apprised of historical conversations and the intentions of council, both past and current.
Thank you both for that. Councillor Tadman. You're muted, Mary.
I just wanted to say that originally, Mayor, you were, I think, pretty sure you were on council when the original Butler Creek Trail started, and the Tobys donated the land that goes up so far. Now we need the in-between parcels. But I think everybody needs to understand this is the property of the people who own it. And we don't have any say in whether they do or don't want to donate. But I think it's always good practice to work with each one of the developers and not somehow send the message out that somehow we are going to almost demand that you donate a trail. That's not the way we do good bargaining. And so I think everybody needs to be reminded that, first of all, it's the landowner's property that the creek is running through.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Mr. Tao, do you have any final comments?
Nope, nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barry, do you have any final comments?
No, I have no additional comments.
Thank you very much. Does council wish to make a decision at this time on the consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications before us? Didn't get a lot of head shaking, but there was no serious objection. So with that, I'm going to read the motion. The motion before me is that council receives a report regarding consent applications B07 2021, B08 2021, and B09 2021, and zoning bylaw amendment application Z07 2021 as prepared by the Planning and Development Department. The council enacts a bylaw to rezone certain lands described as Lot 1 on Plan 490 being Part 1 on Plan 39R 12428, and part of Lots 1 and 2, Concession 2, and part of Lot 34, Concession A being Part 1 on Plan 39R 9723, and Parts 4 and 5 on Plan 39R 11830 for the urban residential, from the urban residential 1 zone and urban residential 2 zone to the special urban residential 135 zone, the special urban residential 239 zone, and the special urban residential 240 zone. And that council revised decision B05 2020 as far as to approve the subject consent applications. And that council grant provisional consent to applications B07 2021, B08 2021, and B09 2021, subject to the following conditions. Each condition shall be fulfilled no later than 1 year from the date of the mailing of the decision. That cash in lieu of parkland in the amount of $1,000 be paid to the municipality of Brighton. If required, the applicant lay out and dedicate by deed to the municipality of Brighton a strip of land ensuring a minimum of 10 meters from the center line of Sanford Street along the frontage of the severed and retained lots, clear of encumbrances, buildings, structures, and fences. Application for zoning bylaw amendment Z07 2021 be finalized. Conditions of B05 2020 be met, in particular lands be conveyed by deed of transfer from the parcel addressed as 98 Sanford Street and consolidated in title with the parcel accessed through former Factory Street road allowance. All taxes on each of the severed and retained lots be in compliance with municipal requirements prior to the issuance of a certificate of official. The geospatial data of the surveyed parcel fabric with respect to the severed and retained lands be submitted to the satisfaction of the municipality. And the 3 paper copies and a digital copy of a registrable survey for each of the severed lots and appropriate deed transfer be prepared and deposited with the municipal clerk within 1 year of the granting of consent. Is there a mover? Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Is there any further discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes,
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander,
Yes,
and that's carried.
thank you. That takes us to our next item in our statutory public meeting, being an application for a plan of subdivision 2020-910 Ontario Limited, Butler Creek Condos. It's file number sub 2021-01. The owner and applicants are 20 2910 Ontario Limited. The location is part lot 1, concession 1, Brighton being west of Cedar Street. And Mr. Barry, by what method and on what date was notice of this plan of subdivision given?
Notice of the plan of subdivision was sent by the first class mail on May 21st, 2021 to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands. Notice was also circulated to all the agencies as required under the Planning Act. In addition, a signed notice was also posted on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. And would you please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed plan of subdivision and what it would accomplish?
Application for a plan of subdivision municipal file sub 2021-01 proposes to establish a new street oriented in an east-west fashion that would connect Cedar Street to the land situated west of the subject lands. Additional street connections are proposed to the south that would extend Nautical Lane and Pier Drive. The lands to be severed by the street extensions would be developed with 4 single detached residential lots, 22 semi-detached residential lots, and 84 dwelling units in a condominium block. A parkland of 6.3 hectares is proposed to be dedicated for public purposes on lands adjacent to Butler Creek. The lands were previously subject to a zoning bylaw amendment application, municipal file number Z18-2019. This was approved by council at session in December 21st, 2020, in the form of zoning bylaw amendment number 112-2020. The draft plan of subdivision application seeks to implement the approved zoning bylaw amendment. The proposed condominium block will be subject to a future site plan control application. Additional information regarding the condo block will be obtained through site plan control application process. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Does the owner, applicant, or agent wish to make any comments? Is that Ruth Ferguson?
Yes, I have a presentation if I am allowed to share that.
Sure, Ruth. Are you able to provide? Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to move you around here a little bit so I can see you better. Welcome, Ruth. Thank you again for joining us. And as long as you have the share screen function, you can proceed.
Yes, good evening, members of council and staff and from the community. My name is Ruth Ferguson Althouse, and I'm with RFA Planning Consultant. I'm here to present a very brief overview of the subdivision for the Butler Creek lands that you have seen before, but not in this exact form. The property consists of 15 hectares. It's the former Grimes Farm. And the subdivision lands consist of 4.3 hectares, about 40% of the lands. And there is additional parkland block that I will describe later in the presentation. It is located adjacent to built-up areas in Brighton. The surrounding land uses are primarily residential and vacant lands, and has frontage on Cedar Street, which is a collector road. The entire property is vacant, with slightly rolling topography that drains towards Butler Creek. This project's been through a lengthy design and approval process. We started consultation with the municipality back in early 2019. And then we filed a rezoning application originally for a 128-unit condominium project. The rezoning application was supported by a variety of technical studies, planning report, environmental impact study and addendum, the stormwater management, servicing and traffic reports that were prepared by Jewel, and a stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment. There was a neighborhood information meeting held at the community center in November of 2019, and then followed a lengthy review by the municipality and its peer reviewer and agencies. There was a revised submission that was filed in June of 2020. And this also included an updated stormwater management report and an environmental impact addendum. There was a formal public meeting held at the community center by the council on September 14th, 2020. And then subsequently, there was a rezoning bylaw that was approved in December, bylaw 112-2020 that Josh Berry's referred to. This application this evening is now for a draft plan of subdivision that was filed in April, And there have been some supporting materials filed with the draft plan of subdivision in addition to the application and the drawings. There is a new stormwater management report, a new traffic impact study, and a geotechnical investigation. This is the zoning bylaw that was adopted. This is the schedule from the bylaw that was adopted that zones the lands for the, to recognize the, the limits of the environmental protection zone, as well as the proposed R3-13 zone that has special provisions. This particular zone permits single detached, semi-detached, and four-plex dwellings. There is also subdivision criteria in the zoning that the site plan that's been prepared for the subdivision meets or exceeds all of those criteria. The holding symbol requires this subdivision plan to be prepared, and this is to provide for connecting road networks to Pure Drive, Nautical Lane, and to the western lands, as well as Parkland Dedication services. This is a slide that shows the development site plan and the development of the 110 units on 4.3 hectares of land in the southern third of the property. The density of the subdivision, the net density, would be 25.5 units per hectare. There is a 30-meter buffer or setback from the wetlands, and the wetland is shown in the central area in the blue color, and then the darker green on both sides of the wetland is a 30-meter buffer. So the subdivision itself is outside of that 30-meter buffer from the wetland. The 6.3 hectares of parkland and open spacing surrounding Butler Creek will be deeded to the municipality as part of the subdivision. There's an additional 4.4 hectares of land that is owned by the applicant that is to the north of the Parkland Dedication. This slide shows the picture of the draft plan of subdivision in a conceptual built form. As mentioned, there's 110 units that are proposed. There are 4 single detached dwellings that are in the tan color that are shown here on the plan. There are 22 semi-detached dwellings shown in orange. And again, these are on the south side of the subdivision, abutting the existing subdivision, and single detached units to the south. And then there is the condominium block that would contain 84 four-plex quad units as part of the condominium for the Butler Creek project. This particular portion of the subdivision for the condominium would be subject to a site plan application and approval. So the detailed design for that block will come at a later date. Access to the subdivision will be from the extensions of Pure Drive, Nautical Lane, and from Forest Drive. Access to the fourplexes would be through a condominium road. The sidewalk would be provided on one side of each municipal street, and municipal services would be extended to the subdivision. This slide shows the Parkland Dedication that the developer would be deeding to the municipality. It's comprised of almost 60% of the entire property and is outlined in the green dashed line. It includes the buffer lands, which are currently field areas, so it extends well beyond the forest and the wetlands of Butler Creek. The Parkland Dedication will facilitate the extension of the Butler Creek Trail and open space network in Brighton to the southeast, and this being a photograph of that existing trail, which is lovely. These are some sample building elevations from LeBron Enterprises based on their Kingston Parkwood Heights subdivision, showing both single detached and semi-detached dwellings, which are proposed for this subdivision. And these are the elevations for the fourplex buildings that would be developed as part of the condominium, showing both the, all of the units are bungalows. They have front porches and walkways connecting the units. There's surface parking for the condominium units, and it is developed as a standard phased condominium. And so these are based on some of the Parkview Hills existing built condominiums. Jewel Engineering prepared an updated preliminary stormwater management report, And the majority of the lands will be graded and will drain towards Butler Creek. And there will be erosion and sediment controls that will be implemented prior to any construction. And there are setbacks imposed from the creek. The water quality event will drain to the Harbor Point Stormwater Management Facility. And this was requested by the municipal staff in Brighton. Together with, there'll be enhanced LID and swales to Cedar Street. The swim plan is designed to protect the receiving environment and adjacent built-up area from pollution and flooding impacts. There have been comments prepared by Lower Trent Conservation Authority by their stormwater engineer, and they support the proposed stormwater management plan. However, there will be detailed design and reports that will be required as a condition of draft plan approval. There are 3 access points into the subdivision that I've referenced. The primary access will be from Cedar Street and the Forest Drive intersection, which this is the bottom slide here, the existing access intersection with Cedar and Forest. There will be 2 secondary accesses from extensions of Pier Drive and Nautical Lane, shown here on these 2 slides or photos. There will be stop controls at all new intersections. The traffic impact study evaluated the trips generated by this development and that will not affect any normal operations of the streets and intersections in the surrounding area. The anticipated traffic volumes do not warrant auxiliary lanes, and there are good sight lines at Cedar Street and the new leg of Forest Drive. As a result, there are no road geometric improvements or other than the proposed road connections that are required. The staff report provides a very detailed overview of the planning policies for the Butler Creek subdivision. It is adjacent to an existing built-up area. Of course, it's within the Brighton settlement area, which is to be the focus of growth and development. The Butler Creek subdivision is a logical progression of this residential area. The housing will be compatible with the existing low-density housing, and there is a provision of a transition in density from lower density to medium density types of housing forms. The 2-bedroom 4-plex buildings will address the needs of the aging population and smaller household sizes. The subdivision is in proximity to community facilities. There are existing parks, of course, in the area, and it will also provide a major parkland dedication. The development is consistent with all of the relevant policies of the provincial plans, and it conforms to the Northumberland and Brighton official plans. Just wanted to conclude very briefly that the Butler Creek draft plan of subdivision represents good planning, and it meets all of the criteria of the Planning Act that municipalities must consider when approving a draft plan of subdivision. The applicant has made significant adjustments to the plan to respond to the public and the municipal comments. The draft plan implements the requirements of the enacted Brighton zoning bylaw 112-2020. The new road network will ensure connectivity to the existing neighborhood and the undeveloped lands to the west. It will deliver an important park dedication that will serve the entire municipality. And finally, the housing topologies will provide more variety for the local housing market, and they are arranged to provide a transition in density. Thank you for your time, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions. I should also mention that Brad Parsons from Engage Engineering is also here, and he is the engineer that will be providing the detailed design for this project and is also available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson, House. We appreciate your presentation and the information you provided. I will ask if there are persons present who have questions or comments regarding the proposed plan of subdivision application. If so, please activate your video or unmute yourself if you're on your phone.
Mayor, we have Joe Shannon, Jeff Butler, and Cynthia. Those are the 3 that have asked to speak.
Sorry, Joe Shannon, Jeff Butler,
And Cynthia.
and Cynthia. Hey, Cynthia.
I think that's how I'm saying her name.
Joe, are you present and do you wish to speak? Well,
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, and Cheryl Duxbury's here too. So
Carol, I'm just going to mute you for a second. Joe, I've accidentally muted you in the process of trying to get this right, so I apologize. Joe,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Ostrander, members of council, planning development, planning department staff, and fellow Brighton residents. My name is Joe Shannon. My family and I live at 11 Pier Drive, which is situated on the southwest corner of the field where the new development is going. Now, this past December, a new proposal was offered suggesting an extension of Pier Drive, Nautical Lane through the field, connecting continuation of Forest Drive. There would be a combination of single dwellings, semis, and beyond the new road would be the four-plex condominiums. And I'd like you to understand that when people move to Pier Drive and Nautical Lane, especially those of us who live adjacent or near to the Grimes Field, that we had a reasonable expectation that the surrounding properties would be used for purposes compatible with our own. So when we heard about the new proposal, we were all being cautiously optimistic because it sounded like a good idea. But now taking a look at this new plan, we realize that there are only 4 single dwellings and 22 semis. According to our official plan of 4.3.1, various forms of housing shall not be intermixed indiscriminately. Now, the 4 singles in this design seem quite randomly scattered. And since according to our official plan, section 3.1, houses shall be arranged in a gradation, so that they can complement the homes that already exist on Pier and Nautical. A proper gradation evolves smoothly and almost imperceptibly. It should be a careful arrangement of the new houses so that the pattern of all the houses produce very subtle remarks. I'm asking you to please have a hard look at this plan and consider more of an equal ratio of single dwellings to semis. Maybe a minimum of 2 singles on Pier and Nautical facing each other, so having a Pier Nautical address, and that would finish off Pier Nautical. And then as you continue on, you would go into the semis, and it would make it more, as you finish off the street, it would be both in character and size, making it more compatible and uniform. After which then the neighborhood could move on to the semis. And I feel that this is a reasonable ask, since once this development is built, there's absolutely no going back. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. Do either our planner or the planner for the proponent wish to comment on that?
Well, sure, I'm happy to. The arrangement of the single detached abutting Nautical Lane, there is a single detached on either side. So it is not random. In fact, we do have a single detached abutting the existing single detached on Nautical. And then on Pier Drive, we also have a single detached and 1 semi-detached. So that, in my opinion, is very much a transition in density. The provision for singles and semis in consideration of land use planning are really considered very low density. So that we do not distinguish between singles and semi-detached units as being something that would not be compatible with each other in terms of housing.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Any comments, or Mr. Walsh?
I concur with Ms. Hurst Old House assessment. I believe that what's being proposed is a transition between the existing single detached neighborhood and the new development.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Is there Jeff Butler online here with us tonight? Not seeing anyone coming in. Is there a Cynthia?
Oh, there. She's
If you
sitting
have
where
to unmute
Shannon.
yourself, Cynthia, yeah, I see her now.
Okay.
There you go.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of Town Council, staff members, and members of the public. My name is Hyacinth Eichelhoff, and I live at 15 Nautical Lane, directly adjacent to the Grimes Field. We do appreciate that LeBlanc Enterprises, Al LeBlanc, has made changes to the site plan, but I have a few concerns regarding the site plan map of the new Butler Creek subdivision. And I'm hoping that the builder will work with us to achieve a more homogeneous neighborhood with a smoother transition to the new subdivision. First, is there an engineering reason why the east-west road, the Forest Drive extension, dips south just before the Pier Drive extension? Why can't the road go a little straighter from east-west so that new single-family homes can be built on the Pier Drive extension, similar to what is happening on the Nautical Lane extension, but with the semis on the Forest Drive extension? This would maintain the character of the existing homes and be more of a true gradient, as well as completing the existing neighborhood. By doing this, there would be at least one more additional single-family home on Pier, and these homes would face Pier Drive. But along the same line, shouldn't all the houses facing Pier, Nautical, and Cedar be single-family homes and the semis located on the Forest Hill extension? There also appears to be some major distance inconsistencies in spacing between the lots of the new subdivision and the existing one. The distance from the new home backyards to the existing home lot lines vary anywhere from 7.5 to 11.5 meters. The side yard distances of lots 1, 10, and 11 also vary from 1.2 to 3 meters from the lot lines. This does not allow all homeowners the same amount of privacy. It also makes more sense for the property lines to align between the existing homes and the new ones. As well, according to the engineering guidelines, page 24, basic entranceway dimensions, it states that the distance between driveways should be a minimum of 7.5 meters. However, from the plan, it appears that the driveway in lot 10 is adjacent to the lot line at 1.2 meters, which places it approximately 5.8 meters from the existing driveway, not 7.5. Please consider our points of view when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hyacinth. And Cheryl Duxbury. Saw you earlier. Oh, I see you there. Cheryl, are you wanting to come on and offer comment or question?
Hello.
Hi, Cheryl. Can you start your video for us?
Actually, I'm going to read something, so I don't think you'll be able to see me anyway.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Ostrander and council members. I'd like to begin by thanking you all for taking the time and addressing some of our concerns. We as a community committee feel we have gained some progress, but have not yet reached a satisfactory conclusion. We understand developers' intentions, as we're sure you all do, which brings me back to when we purchased this home. Rules were in place that we happily abided by because they meant a neighborhood was being established with conformity, unity, and consistency among all dwellings. Also at this time, we questioned and were informed that our existing neighborhood was simply going to extend north to Butler Creek under those same rules and conditions. This, however, appears to not be the case, which is at best extremely disappointing. Please look at the proposed development plan and refer to the existing residential on the west side of Pier Drive. This is our dream home. And as you can see, Mr. LeBlanc has proposed 4 semi-detached units bordering the entire property line, with one unit only 27 feet from the back of the unit to our fence line, creating very inconsistent lot sizes. In keeping with the existing neighborhood, we would like to see the north-south property line extend north to Street A, which allows for a premium lot single-family home facing Pier Drive, thus creating a completed neighborhood. Mr. LeBlanc's plan of only 4 single-family homes scattered amongst a much higher ratio of semi-detached units south of Street A is not in keeping with the existing residential. Mr. LeBlanc has proposed 4 single-family homes, and we're proposing 5 or more to have a smooth gradation within the existing neighborhood, which we absolutely feel is a valid request. The word I tend to go back to is overkill. Too much in too little a space. please take into serious consideration our continuing effort to preserve and better our community and the town of Brighton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Duxbury. Appreciate your time here tonight. Madam Clerk, are you aware of anyone else who wishes to join us for this application? I'm getting the head shake. Very well. I'll ask one more time if there are persons present on the Zoom meeting who wish to make comment on this subdivision application. Remember, are there any questions or comments regarding the proposed plan of subdivision from members of council? Councillor Anderson.
Oh, good presentation. There's a lot of detail here. Thank you, Mayor. I think everybody's accomplished a lot here, and thank you for the Mr. LeBlanc for listening to the residents of that area and trying to come up with a plan that's appropriate. Now tonight, I've heard what they've said, and the residents have said, and somehow I agree with this one house that they're talking about. They said 4 to 5 or up to 6, but I can see in this one corner that they're talking about, that's going to be very important to them. So it might be something that Mr. LeBlanc would look at. My questions are about Fraser Drive was going to be extended right through, and I think that's a great idea. I know we discussed that before. And then somebody had a good comment. One of the residents had a good comment. Where does that road go? And when would it be expected that it would be extended through rather than just a turnabout or whatever you refer to that is at the end there? There's one question. The next question would be, staff had requested, the word was requested, sidewalks on Cedar Street. I thought we had talked about that, and I thought sidewalk was included. And also had mentioned 50% of a crosswalk, definitely need a crosswalk. And I think that's fair. But I know we talked about sidewalks on the length of that property, all the way right to Butler Creek. And you don't mind, I might as well just take my spot here. And I really appreciate, I think the parkland is fantastic. There's a good quantity of land there that's being turned over to the municipality, but that doesn't change our minds when we're looking at the site plan and what we're looking at tonight to make everybody happy as far as this plan goes. But I do appreciate the focus on that parkland as well. So, and the last question, the site plan, that site plan that would come, will that include the condominiums as well as all this, or have we already dealt with the condo? Like, I'm trying to visualize that site plan. Will we be addressing the entire site plan at a later date?
So I can tackle a couple of the questions. The site plan for the condos will come forward at a later date and will be only for the condominium development, as I understand it. And I stand to be corrected by staff if that's not the case. As to the opening of Forest Drive, that would happen when the developer or landowner who owns the land to the west made application to the municipality to develop on those lands. So I would anticipate that staff will be negotiating with that landowner at a future date and likely not too future. So that leads us to the sidewalk on Cedar Street and the question of a crosswalk. Mr. Barry, first I will stand to be corrected if I'm wrong on the site plan issue, and then I'll ask about sidewalks for Cedar Street.
Yes, thank you. So through you, Mr. Bear, the site plan control application will be submitted separately for the condo block. The applicant can submit a plan of condominium application at the same time as the site plan concurrently, or they can submit it after that site plan approval, depending on the tenure. So I'll direct that question to Ms. Ferguson Althouse.
Right, thank you. Through to the Councillor Anderson's question through you, Mr. Mayor. We are working in tandem with the abutting landowner developer which has helped us formulate our design for Forest Drive. And I don't have a complete understanding of what their timeline is, but certainly with Mr. LeBlanc's, he would move forward from here to a draft plan, from draft plan to final approval. And that would be required to have the road constructed in order to develop the condominium block, which would be then a block in the plan of subdivision. And then it would be developed separately through a site plan approval process. I hope that answers the questions with respect to that.
I think it does. Councillor Bateman.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions, but I'll just ask one and then get back in the queue and wait. On the stormwater management, I think it's on page 5. It references major flows will be discharged towards Butler Creek. So I'm assuming major flows is, we're talking what we experienced in 2017 and subsequently in 2019. Is staff confident that Butler Creek can handle that? Because I've seen photos from 2017 and 2019 that would show that Butler Creek can't handle it. Is there going to be something done that we're confident that that's a good way to go, where major flows are going towards Butler Creek and not its own stormwater pond?
Barry?
Through you, Mr. Bear. Is the manager of Capital Works on the call?
Don't see him.
You mean Scott Poole?
Yes, yes, Scott.
No.
No, Mr. Poole is not here.
Okay, I'll have to direct that question to an engineer. Ms. Ferguson-Alphouse, can your engineer make himself available to answer that question?
Yes, Brad Parsons has just
did,
joined the
Mr.
call.
Yeah, Mr. Parsons, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brad from Engage Engineering. So as part of the stormwater management plan, so the minor flows, which is anything below the 5-year design storm, is to be directed south towards the existing Harbor Point stormwater management facility. And then anything above that, from the 10 up to the 100-year storm events, is to be directed to the Butler Creek. So as part of the initial stormwater management report prepared by Jewel Engineering, there was a study done using a modeling software that shows that the lag period of time in the creek, there's a 2-hour lag period for the major flows in the creek that would take to get to this point in the creek. So if you can release the flows earlier, the flows will get out and into Butler Creek, and there'll be less flooding as a result of that. So there should not be an issue related to more flooding as a result of this development.
Councillor Bateman, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, part of the reason I asked that question, because I think it's on, just bear with me, page 9 of the staff report. It says a supplemental traffic impact statement and stormwater management report were also provided, but it indicates they're still currently being reviewed by the appropriate municipal staff. So are we basing what was just said because they've now been reviewed, or is there another stormwater thing that's still under review? Because I'm just going on page 9, it just indicates still under review, both traffic and stormwater.
Barry, are you able to comment on that, or Mr. Walsh?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So staff have conducted a preliminary review for the purposes of the public meeting, and detailed comments will follow through the detailed design. So we are satisfied on principle of what's been provided, and any final plans will have to be provided as part of the detailed design for the plan of subdivision. I will also have to note that Lower Trent Conservation has provided their comments and have deemed the stormwater strategy that's been provided as satisfactory, with, of course, the detailed design being subject to further review.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. And just a reminder for members of council that the original stormwater plan for this subdivision had the bulk of the stormwater flowing to Butler Creek, which was a concern from staff's perspective from a number of levels. And so the redesign has most of the flows going through the piping system to our stormwater facility at Harbor Point now. That's, I think that's one of those revisions that was made. Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we forgot to send Mr. Watts the invite, and he'd like to speak to this too. Sure. So he'll be coming in shortly.
Okay. So with With council's permission, we will sort of reverse step here a little bit. We will pivot, as our friends at the province say, when it comes to all things Zoom meeting and COVID-19 related. So we'll wait for Mr. Watts, and I don't see him yet. So I'm going to carry on because Councillor LeBlanc had his hand up at some point. And have I lost Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. If I don't lose my my Wi-Fi, because it's going in and out and I'm having a rough time listening. Yes. Am I again? Yeah, I'm going.
We still see you, Doug, but we're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm having a rough time with it. But anyway, to my questions, one of them is that staff wanted to know on the street plan, they wanted to conclude a widening flare to accommodate short-term parking is requested. So where they're having all these developments, is there going to be a shortage of parking if they're requesting more parking space? And what happens during the winter time when the vehicles can't park on the roads for snow plowing, and we're going to put street signs? The third question is about stormwater management from apartment number 26, a row house number 26 to 18 to Pier Drive. Pier Drive has the catch basin for the stormwater that goes to Harbor Point Pond. It's sufficiently sized, and if it's going to be managed with a swale, right now, the swale basically curves onto some of the people's properties, not straight. If it's straightened out and they got small yards, how are we going to stop the people from putting fences or gate from stopping the water from flowing along the swale to the stormwater management pipe, and is it sufficiently sized? The other comment, I'll agree with Councillor Anderson and the public that lot number 16 and 17, I believe, should be a private home to be consistent and turned there. Those are my point of views that I see with this now, if they want to answer them.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I guess I would ask, who wants to field that one? Mr. Barry.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first one, if I understand your question correctly, Councillor LeBlanc, is related to parking, concerns about overnight parking for visitors, particularly during the winter when we have snow plows. So one of the things that we'll have to look at through site plan control for the condo block is ensuring that there's adequate visitor parking as part of that development to ensure basically that the streets are not blocked during the winter. And then the flare-up design will also be looked at by engineering staff as well to ensure there's sufficient parking. I believe there was a question regarding fencing potentially blocking swales. So through the subdivision agreement, we can include provisions to ensure that the drainage mechanisms are not being blocked and there's appropriate safeguards in place. With respect to the details of the capacity of the system, I will defer that question to the applicant's engineer.
Parsons?
Yeah, I can answer that. So there's been a capacity study done on both the Pier Drive and the nautical lane extensions for there's an existing 375 storm sewer on there. So there's going to be an orifice plate installed on the connection points to both storm sewers, as there is a capacity constraint. So only the allowable stormwater will get through there, and then the orifice plate will cause flows to back up through the storm sewer, and then any overflow will go towards Butler Creek. So there won't be any capacity constraints on the existing storm sewer.
Thank you both. I'm going to come back to everyone because I am of the understanding that Mr. Watts is with us and joining us through the Shannon's Zoom pipeline. So Mr. Watts.
You should have done that. Most needs to not on you, but enable a camera.
There he is.
Hello, I'm just going for a pivot.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillor, and staff. I actually appreciate you reformatting your meeting. Thank you. Often during development proposals, definitions are used to describe various elements of a proposal. For example, town council, the developer, and community planners described Cedar Street as a collector road. In fact, this is a very accurate definition. Unless, of course, you live on or near Cedar Street, in which case you would describe it as a residential road with children playing in front lawns and driveways, family, including children and elders, and students using a less than adequate sidewalk, residents parking and departing from their driveways, all while traffic volumes increase. The care and due diligence of many of the drivers using Cedar Street could often be described as not reasonable. Speeding, passing, not moving for pedestrians, assuming right-of-way are all daily occurrences. I strongly suggest the implementation of traffic calming strategies on Cedar Street at the intersection of Forest Street by simply implementing a four-way stop. This would force a stop, thus slowing traffic and reducing the risk to the overall community. I would also ask the community staff to double and triple check the water volumes as they rely to Butler Creek as it flows through the box culvert under Cedar Street. Most long-term residents of Brighton have seen this box culvert exceed maximum flow with water moving across Cedar Street. As development continues to restrict Butler Creek and we move more water during pulse periods when Butler Creek is already at a sustained or a lengthy period of time at maximum, we continue to move more water towards Butler Creek. The community is going to get into a situation where there's going to be a very costly rebuild and redesign of Cedar Street and the culvert. I would ask the community to consider that. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you for the pivot. I very much appreciate that.
We're getting used to the pivot. Thank you, Mr. Watt. We appreciate you coming in and alerting us to the fact that we missed you. Glad you had an opportunity to have your say. Does anyone wish to make comment on, I think it was more for information, Austin, to be fair, rather than to answer any questions. So I know that staff will take that all that into consideration as we move this forward.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. But it does remind me, I'm not sure we ever got an answer to Councillor Anderson's question about sidewalks. So I would like to go back to Mr. Barry and just have that conversation if that is something of consideration.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. We are requesting that there's sidewalks along Cedar Street up to the Butler Creek Trail. So the details of that will be worked out through the subdivision agreement, but absolutely our plan is to ensure pedestrian connections along Cedar Street.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I think that probably answers Councillor Anderson's question. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for that question about sidewalks. Always important when as we're developing to make sure that we have that walking access. My question is around traffic. We've talked about a lot of other things tonight, but Ruth, when you were making your presentation, you mentioned that there was little or no impact to traffic, and that for some people that's it's hard to understand when we're adding a bunch of new homes why there's little impact to traffic. I'm just wondering if you are able to give a bit of a better explanation as to how that works and why it is that traffic impact study would even conclude that to help us make those decisions.
I'll do my very best, but I'm not a traffic engineer. When the traffic study is done, it looks at future growth traffic that's occurring in and around the vicinity of the site, and particularly on Cedar Street, because it is a collector road in the Brighton official plan. So it's not an arterial by any means, but it's a street meant to collect traffic from local neighborhoods and then feed it out into the more major streets. So the focus there is looking at what the background growth traffic will be and then generating what the expected traffic volumes would be from the various housing forms and density that are proposed The traffic engineer then models that and determines if there are any improvements needed to the surrounding road network to accommodate that volume of increased traffic, and has concluded that there is no road network changes that are required to the surrounding roads to facilitate that. Certainly the extensions of Pier and Nautical are intended as secondary access routes. In fact, the majority of the users of Pier and Nautical would be from the residents from the south coming up to Forest Drive Extension, as opposed to the reverse, unless they were visiting people that lived within the neighborhood. So the Forest Drive extension through the site will be the primary form of access, and it will have stop controls on it. And that will be determined through further discussion and detailed design with the town staff. So I hope that answers your question, but it is formulated based on traffic engineering modeling and principles that they follow through their transportation planning manuals that exist in Ontario.
Thank you. I trust that answers your question, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Bateman, you mentioned that you had other questions, and I wonder if they've been asked and answered, or if you'd like to carry on.
Just to follow up a little more on the traffic impact study, because I had that jotted down. Because I know the last presentation maps were presented, and it showed the perceived route that people would take once this was done. And I'm not sure how a study could navigate how somebody would determine which way they're going to go, but that's fine. You had just mentioned that you didn't see perceive in the future that would impact other streets. And I know this might not affect what is proposed there, but I do see it having an impact upstream a little bit, because when you are coming down Prince Edward and you can merge down onto 64 or onto Cedar Street, the industrial park, which is a good thing now, it is probably busier than it's ever been. So if you're heading south down Prince Edward, you have, you can turn into the busiest service Ontario and all of Ontario, or you can continue down 64, you can continue down Cedar Street, which is even going to become even busier. So I think at some point, I know it might not be tied into this, but it might be an upper tier, lower tier conversation where that intersection is looked at to make improvements, because I see it every day from where I'm located when somebody's turning left into the industrial park and the traffic that gets backed up and people taking, to the right of the vehicles trying to turn left into the industrial park where there's hardly any room to pass. So when, if we're only saying 6 or 7 cars, I think it's going to be more than that. But that Monday to Friday from 7 till 4 o'clock is one busy intersection now without anything added. So I think down the road that will have to be looked at. But just on the impact study itself, I know I had asked this question at a previous meeting and all the data was based on an old census. So when they do a traffic impact study, are they going to be like, do they add to that old census with the growth that they thought I guess what I'm trying to say, had been achieved in between when the date of that census was done? Also, we've seen an increase in our municipality and others since the provincial policy statement on second dwellings. Do these impact studies take that into consideration? Because a lot of these houses are on all our streets now. We look at a house as having 2 cars, and that's really not the case anymore in any municipality, and especially as ours, and second dwelling, don't get me wrong, are a great thing and are very much needed, but I think some of our streets are much busier than just saying it's one house here, one house there with 2 cars each, because that's just not the case. So I guess if you could answer, do you factor in second dwellings? I know they're somewhat new, but I think they need to be factored in to have a accurate account of traffic.
Again, I'll do my best to respond to that. The traffic study looks at the AM and the PM peak volumes of traffic. So it's actually looking at the moments in the day during the week when the most traffic is likely to be occurring. So they establish those peak times and they do their traffic counts formulated from that. But the study area goes well beyond the Forest Drive intersection. It includes up to Prince Edward and to that intersection and down to Harbour Street. So it does extend well beyond the immediate intersection here. And I apologize for not making that clear. I know that this traffic study has been and will continue to be reviewed by the peer review consultant for the town. And so that ensuring that it addresses all of the standard engineering practices. I don't believe second dwelling units are considered as part of the TAC manual. There is a manual that engineers use that they apply to generate how many vehicles per day, the average amount of vehicles per type of housing unit. So for example, the condos would be a different type of traffic generator versus singles or semis. I don't know if Brad, if you have anything else that you would wish to possibly add to my explanation.
I'd like to preface this. I'm not a traffic engineer either, but we do some basic level traffic counts as well. And I know that future growth is usually considered up and based on standard practices in the TAC manual. So I'm sure that was considered in the traffic study as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Does that answer your question?
Yes, if I can ask a follow-up, and somebody that's yourself or maybe the deputy mayor or even Councillor Tadman, because I'm not sure of the year, did CN or CP not do a traffic count at the rail tracks a few years back and determine how many are crossing the tracks?
I want to say that that's yes, but I don't remember when. And
Okay.
it probably was the county that did the traffic
Oh, okay.
count. So I'll check in on that at the county level, find out when it was. I've also made a little note about your comment about Prince Edward and Loyalist intersection, and given that that roadway is due for reconstruction next year, it might be a good idea to have a conversation about that intersection with our local staff and county staff. So thank you for that.
And if just one other.
Go ahead.
Just to tie into that, might be a conversation for another day, but I don't know how you put it, like the Service Ontario being so busy, I guess that ties into the Loyalist Street and what you just said with the county looking at the turning lanes, because it is a deadly spot and it's only during the really busy hours. And, kudos to staff and anybody else that's been trying to fill up the industrial park. We're a victim of our own success when it comes to the traffic flow down this area. So I guess as long as we plan for it.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Are there any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a comment, and I want to make a comment on a positive note here. I think this has been a fine example of compromise and concession for some of the developers that we have here. We don't see a lot of this. So I just want to say that I'm pleased that the owner developer has kept an open mind and dealt with the neighborhood, with the concerns from his neighbors, and look forward to seeing this project move forward soon.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mayor. I tend to agree with Councillor Rowley. I really appreciate this development, but I just don't want to see flooding. So I'll go back to my question on the stormwater management. If you're going to have a restriction on the manholes and the excess or the pipe, the collection pipe, and you're going to have a restriction and the rest is supposed to flow to Butler Creek. So are we using the street as the swale to go, because you got Nautical and you got Pier Drive? So the water's supposed to go down Forest and down into Condominium streets and down to Butler Creek. How are you going to generate them to go that way, to reverse flow on there? And while this is overflowing, what's going to happen to the people's backyards if you're not continuing a swale?
Probably best to let Mr. Parsons try to field that one. Mr. Parsons?
Yeah, I could respond to that. So the minor flows will all be in the storm sewer. So the storm sewer it'll be laid at a relatively flat grade to direct flows towards Pier and Nautical Drive extensions. And the last section that flows to the south will be at I'm assuming at like a 0.5% slope. So once flows start to back up, they will, in theory, in a major overland flow event, will come out of the catch basins, and then the roadways themselves are going to be directed towards Forest Drive and then flow east on Forest Drive into the overflow, which is right near Cedar Street. There will be an overland flow route down towards Butler Creek. So it's through the grading of the roadway, when there will be curbs on the roadway that will contain the flows. that will direct any major overland flooding towards Butler Creek. If that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Mr. LeBlanc looks suspect, but I think it does answer the question. It might not be the answer you liked, but I think it gave me the answer. Councilor LeBlanc, do you have a follow-up? I'm just trying to read your face there.
The only follow-up I'll let it go, but if there's flooding on these back from number 16, 26 to 18, well, it's been brought up and should have been addressed. The only other one is 16 and 19. I tend to agree with the residents that should be a single dwelling onto pier, and that would be a continuous flow. And I like the overall concept of this entire thing. I think it's needed. Just a few little tweaks and great. I'm ready to go.
Thank you, Councilor LeBlanc. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Ms. Ferguson-Althouse, do you have any final comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to sum up that we have heard the input from council and from members of the public, and that we will continue to work with staff to review all of the comments from this evening and those that come in from other departments, and continue to work to respond to all of those comments that came forward. And hopefully we can come forward with a recommendation for draft plan approval in the very near future.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Barry, do you have any final comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to add at this time.
Sure. And members of council, we're not being asked to make a decision this evening. So the motion before me reads that the report of the Planning and Development Department dated June 14th, 2021, regarding subdivision file number sub 2021-01 is received, and that after receiving public comments, a staff report is brought back for council's consideration. Is there a mover? Councilor Browley, seconded by Councilor Bateman. Any further questions or comments from members of council? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wondering, will we be seeing this back in the near future?
Mr. Barry?
It's the intent of staff to bring this forward as soon as possible. We're just dotting our I's and crossing our T's and taking all the comments that were provided by the public into consideration. So yes, is our intent to bring it back pretty shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments from council? Councilor Bateman.
Again, this is probably for you, Mayor, or perhaps the Deputy Mayor or Councillor Tadman. I found it once online. It has to do with Cedar Street and the speed, and somebody had mentioned that, I'm not sure. And I remember coming across when I was up late and reviewing stuff from previous councils, and I think you were either the mover or the seconder, Mayor, on asking staff to come back with something to lower the report, to lower the speed limit on Cedar Street to match that of Elizabeth Street, which I'm assuming, as you were talking about, the 40-mile-an-hour zone or kilometer. Is it possible if somebody can find out if that did get passed, didn't get? I remember I found it once and I can't remember the date of it, or I would have called it up and sent it out. But I remember there was a motion put forward and you had either moved it or seconded it when you had been asking about lowering the speed limit. So it must have come up at some point previously, the speed on Cedar Street, for that to go in. But I think the speed is still posted at the 50. So I know it's never been changed. So I don't know if it was directed to be changed is what I guess what I'm asking.
I don't recall, quite frankly, whether that motion was passed, but I would ask staff to, a couple of things, I guess. Let's find out if that motion was passed. I suspect it did not pass if the speed limit didn't get changed.
I wish I could remember the date to give you something to work with, but maybe I'll stumble upon it again some night.
If you find it, fire me off an email and I'll do a little digging myself. But I think the other question that I think ought to be asked is it time to review the speed along a portion of the roadway like Cedar Street from 50 down to 40. There's an awful lot of homes along there with driveways fairly close together. And I know that the Director of Public Works does a lot of work around checking roadways and so on to make sure they meet the proper speed. So I would trust that work would continue. Councillor Tadman. You're muted, Mary.
I couldn't give you a date or whatever, but I think you're correct in saying that we probably should look at that again. There was tonight brought up talking about maybe a stop sign somewhere near Forest Drive or somewhere in there. But I think the other thing that we have to always be aware of, the different type of sidewalk that's there. It's like a pavement sidewalk. Well, it is a pavement. And there is a lot of people that choose to walk along there, and children with bikes and whatever. So I think as this proceeds, we need to just keep in mind that we want as safe a street as possible there. So whatever it takes to do that, we should do it. But we don't have to decide on that tonight.
No, we do not. Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk?
So it was in 2018, September 17th, 2018, there was a notice of motion regarding the reduction of speed on Cedar Street and Prince Edward Street. And Lucas Kelly did a follow-up report in October that I can send to all the council.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That'll probably be helpful for future discussions. Councilor Rowley, you had your hand up?
Yes, I did. And it would have to do regard with the speed limit. Is 50 kilometers per hour kind of the normal speed limit in Brighton, other than in the school or the community safety zone? Are all other subdivisions or larger developments, do they all have 50 kilometers per hour? Do we know that?
I don't know the answer to that question. Any member of staff know the answer to that question? Mr. Castleman?
My recollection is, unless otherwise posted, it would be 50 kilometers. That's a standard within town.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, everyone. Any further questions or comments from members of council? Just before I call the vote, I would I don't normally echo comments that are made, but I think it's appropriate that I echo Councilor Rowley's comments. And you can take this back to the developer, Ms. Ferguson Althouse. Very responsive. We thank the developer for keeping an open mind with regard to the comments, both from council and staff and the neighbors. I think we've gotten to where we are now because of that collaborative effort, and it's appreciated from council. And I appreciate staff's work to get us here as well. I know it hasn't been a walk in the park. I know there's been a lot of work being done in the background to get us here as well. So appreciate that as well. So Madam, members of council, I'll ask you to unmute yourselves, and Madam Clerk, I'll get you to call the vote.
Councilor Ron Anderson. Well, you turned your, yeah.
There we go. Want an answer?
Yes,
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councilor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councilor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councilor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes.
It's carried.
Thank you very much. That takes us to the next portion of the Statutory Public Meeting, an application for a plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment. And Councilor Tadman, you mentioned that you had a pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest in this regard. So perhaps I'd ask you to stop your video, and we'll just carry on from there. It is with regard to file sub 2019-03, OPA 01-2019, and Z21-2019. The owner and applicants are Parkland Construction and AMR Investments. The location is part of lots 3 and 4, Concession 1, parts 1 to 3 of Plan 39R 11840, Part 1 of Plan 39R 9894, part of Part 1 of Plan 39R 10910, part of Parts 1 to 4 of Plan 38R 1408, and part of lots 29 to 31 on Registered Plan 28. To Mr. Barry, by what method and on what date was notice of the plan of subdivision, official plan amendment, and zoning bylaw amendment given?
Notice of applications was sent by first-class mail on May 21st, 2021 to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property. Notice was also circulated to all the agencies as required under the Planning Act. In addition, a signed notice was also posted on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. And would you please explain the purpose and reason for the applications and what they would accomplish?
There are 3 applications. The plan of subdivision, sub 2019-003, proposes to establish a new public street network with connections to Redulin Street and Ontario Street. The plan of subdivision proposes 84 single detached units, 36 semi-detached units, 36 freehold townhomes, 17 future residential units for a total of 173 units. 3 public park blocks of a total area of 0.74 hectares are also proposed as part of the development. Official Plan Amendment OPA 01-2019. Subject lands are currently designated community facilities and open space and greenfield, together with a portion being designated residential and environmental protection. The subject properties are also subject to the policies of Special Policy Area Number 1, Butler Creek. Official Plan Amendment Application OPA 1-2019 proposes to redesignate a portion of the lands from community facilities and open space and greenfield to residential and environmental protection land, with the subject properties presently designated residential and environmental protection will not be affected by this amendment. Further, the policies of the Special Policy Area Number 1, which apply to the subject lands, will remain unchanged. The proposed official plan amendment remains unchanged from the previous public meeting held on February 8th, 2021. Zoning bylaw amendment Z21-2019 proposes to rezone the lands from the future development zone, agricultural exception 1A1 zone, agricultural exception 3A3 zone, to the urban residential 2 exception 41 holding zone, urban residential 2 exception 42 holding zone, urban residential 4 exception 1 holding zone, and the open space zone. Portions of the subject land already zoned environmental protection zone will not be affected by this amendment.
Thank you,
That
Mr. Barry.
summarizes it.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Does the owner, applicant, or agent wish to make any comments?
Hello, it's me again. Yes, I have a presentation, and joining me will be Amanda Redden from Jewel Engineering. If I can share screen. So this was an application that was before you early in the new year, and we have a presentation to describe the changes to the subdivision and rezoning application for the Brighton Meadows project. This is a very large site, 43.6 hectares in total, with 26 hectares within the Brighton urban settlement boundary. And 17 hectares outside of the settlement boundary. The subdivision lands are comprised of even a smaller portion of that, of 12.78 hectares. To the south are single detached lots that front onto Raglan Street, and to the north are vacant lands and low density residential. To the west is an unnamed creek and wetland area, and to the east are the single detached residential lots and units that front onto Ontario Street. The property is vacant and flat and has an unnamed stream cutting through the property from north to south. This project began in 2018 and was actually previously a draft approved subdivision which lapsed. So the owner was required to start anew and combined the development project with AMR Investments. The applications were filed in October of 2019 and deemed complete in November. There was a second submission filed a year later with updated reports and plans. And as I mentioned, there was a public meeting held early this year in February. There was a third submission then filed in May of 2021 with updated reports and plans. So the plans with the asterisks, or the plans and the studies with the asterisks, were the actual updated reports. In addition to new subdivision plans, there's been a rezoning application that's been updated. The functional servicing and traffic report was updated, and there was a supplementary hydrogeological evaluation that was completed, and also a review of the significant woodlands and significant wildlife habitat evaluation by Cambium. This slide shows the draft plan of subdivision, which has new internal roadways with entrances from Ontario Street and Raglan Street that are shown. This being the entrance from Ontario and the entrance at the south from Raglan. There's a mix of housing forms which are comprised of primarily single detached units, which are in the shades of yellow. There are 85 in total. There are also semi-detached units, 36 in total, that are in the tan color. There are 36 townhouse units, similar amount of semis in the orange. And there is a future block, which is not being proposed for development that could accommodate up to 16 units. All of the development is positioned outside of the 30-meter wetland buffer and floodline setbacks. This slide shows the various floodline and wetlands. The wetland is the greater constraint to the development, as there is a 30-meter setback. So most of the development is mostly constrained by that 30-meter setback, as well as the floodline. There's been consideration to active transportation and parks with this redesigned subdivision. As referenced, there will be sidewalks on one side of all streets within the subdivision. And the street pattern itself is a continuous pattern that ensures that the entire neighborhood is permeable. We've eliminated any cul-de-sacs, for example, within the subdivision. And the street lengths have been kept reasonably short to provide for a compact community. The design ensures that there's opportunities for linkages with the walkways that connect to the surrounding residential streets. There's a proposed mid-site pedestrian connection at Ontario Street here that will be provided with a crosswalk to the surrounding residential communities to the east. There are 3 blocks shown in dark green that are labeled here on this slide that would be deeded as parkland to the municipality, and these are all adjacent to the wooded area, which will be kept natural. So these exceed the 5% active parkland and would be deeded as a condition of draft plan approval. The central larger park block has access from both the north and the south street system within the subdivision. I'm going to turn it over now to Amanda Redden at Jewel, and she's going to describe the next several slides in the presentation.
Thanks, Ruth. So as Ruth mentioned earlier, access to the subdivision is being provided by 2 locations, one new intersection on Ontario Street at the north end and a new intersection to Raglan Street at the south end. Both intersections provide safe egress to the subdivision with good sight lines and stop control on the new subdivision exits. The traffic impact study determined that no alterations to intersection geometry or provision of turning lanes would be required to support the additional traffic generated by the subdivision. Sanitary servicing for the subdivision is provided with traditional gravity sewers. The gravity sewers from the proposed development connect to the existing 600-millimeter sanitary sewer on Raglan Street, which will have a short extension about 25 meters to the west before entering north to the subdivision lands. Because of this connection point for the sanitary sewer, development will proceed in a phased manner starting at the south end at Raglan Street. There have been part of the functional servicing report, there was an evaluation of downstream municipal sanitary sewer capacity and no constraints were found. Water for the subdivision will also be provided by municipal water mains. 3 connections are being proposed, 2 to Ontario Street, 1 at the north intersection, 1 at the pedestrian crosswalk location, and then also a connection on Raglan Street water main. This provides looping of the municipal water main throughout the system, and sufficient flow and pressure are available in the municipal system to support the development. The site drains generally to the southeast towards an unnamed tributary and wetland along the western boundary. That tributary is shown in blue on this slide and drains south across Raglan Street to the PSW at the south end near Presqu'île Bay. External drainage around the subdivision, so from homes backing onto the subdivision along Ontario Street and also Raglan Street, external drainage from those backyards will be picked up in rear yard swales in the subdivision and conveyed west to the unnamed tributary. As part of Jules' stormwater management work, an analysis was completed to confirm findings of a previous study. So we looked at a 1991 master drainage study that was completed by TSH. They looked at these lands in that study to evaluate development potential. That study determined that development of these lands had an imperceptible impact on the floodplain and therefore did not recommend quantity control. So Jules repeated this analysis to confirm those findings and came up with the same result. So basically, because the floodplain in this area is largely determined because of a spill that occurs from Butler Creek to the north. So any stormwater management provided for these lands for quantity control via a traditional wet pond, for example, would actually have the impact of delaying the release of the peak flows from these lands. And then it would coincide with the peak flows from the Butler Creek spill and actually increase the floodplain. So in this case, in this case, quantity control is not needed for that reason. So we are providing quality control to a level 1 enhanced level. This is via treatment units at the source and end of pipe to create a treatment train approach. This plan is in accordance with the recommendations of the 2019 Brighton Stormwater Master Plan and the Brighton OP. Major events will flow over the roads towards the unnamed tributary through dedicated road allowances. 2 overland flow drainage routes are provided through an access block at the south, as well as through the parkland towards the center of the subdivision. Minor flows will be collected in a storm sewer system and conveyed out to the west to the unnamed tributary. So this is some more details about the study that I was mentioning, the 1991 study by TSH that supported development of these lands and evaluated the floodplain initially. So a 2-zone approach was recommended here, requiring that development remain outside of the floodway, which is the dark blue line on the screen, and allow filling in the flood fringe, which is the pink color on the screen. This recommendation was adopted in the Brighton OP, and so our proposed development is in accordance with those recommendations. We completed the floodway delineation, the dark blue line here, and all the filling proposed, which is the light blue cross-hatched area, is proposed outside of the floodway. Low impact development techniques were incorporated throughout the project. So one of the first themes is to preserve important hydrologic features. As Ruth mentioned, the wetlands and unnamed lands with the tributary off to the west are all being preserved and protected by buffer lands. All drainage is being directed towards those features to maintain their hydrologic regime, and appropriate zoning will protect those areas from development. The second theme is application of siting and layout techniques. So various residential intensities are provided to reduce the development footprint as much as possible. The third theme is to reduce the impervious area. So ways we've done that in this development are to limit sidewalk to one side of the road, which is also consistent with other developments in the Brighton area. And we have eliminated a cul-de-sac from the previous plan that you saw to reduce the impervious area proposed. The last theme is using natural drainage systems. So wherever possible, we've used swales to convey the drainage, and rooftops have been disconnected from the street for roof run-up to encourage infiltration. KMBM completed some work on significant woodlands and significant wildlife habitats. KMBM's work found that no negative impacts are anticipated after implementations of several measures. So first, a woodland compensation area or woodland compensation plan is proposed And this green in pink is an area of woodland along the fringe that is proposed to be removed to facilitate development. And so a 1-to-1 replacement ratio is proposed for compensation. The light green areas are the compensation areas. You'll notice that they restore woodland gaps, and there's 2 that are also filling in the wetland buffer along the perimeter. So both of these things actually enhance protection of the existing wetland and increase interior forest. This also encouraging the use of non-invasive and native plants and landscaping along the rear yards that border the wetland area. Recommendations that KBM had for significant wildlife habitats is to minimize loss and disruption of forest cover, which we've done with the wetland or the forest compensation plan with the 1-to-1 replacement ratio. Also ensuring that development does not sever wildlife access routes, which we have done by remaining outside of the wetland buffer areas, and ensuring that areas retain a good variety of habitat types. The woodland compensation also facilitates this by providing some areas of immature forest. And I think this is where I turn it back over to you, Ruth.
Thanks, Amanda. Just to follow up on that presentation by Amanda, the environmental protection areas are implemented through the subdivision design. The floodway hazard lands adjacent to the creek have been surveyed, and they are regulated by Lower Trent Conservation, and no development is being proposed within the floodway. To protect the features and functions of the wetland and to protect private property from any flood hazards, the floodway, the wetland, and the 30-meter setback will be zoned environmental protection. And all buildings will be located outside the floodway, the wetland boundary, and this 30-meter buffer. The adjacent sensitive lands that constitute over 50% of the land holding will not be developed, and the 30-meter setback may be used in the future for trails. Just like to turn now to the provincial policy statement and growth plan, as well as a review of the other planning policy that affects the subject lands. The proposed subdivision is within the Brighton urban area, which is to be the focus for growth and development. And there are sufficient municipal servicing available through the extensions of services to the site. Brighton Meadows is a logical progression of the existing neighborhoods that front onto Ontario Street and on Raglan Street. And there are a range of housing forms and densities proposed to provide a compact form and efficient use of the land and the infrastructure. A significant portion of the property within the Brighton urban area will be preserved for environmental natural heritage features within the wooded areas, flood and stormwater controls. Within the County of Northumberland official plan, the lands are within the urban area, and the Brighton Meadows subdivision is a logical extension to the existing built boundary that is identified in the county's official plan, and this subdivision does conform to the policies of the county's official plan. The Municipality of Brighton official plan, there is an amendment that is proposed to that, which I'll come to in the next slide, but the property is within the Brighton urban settlement boundary, and it's adjacent to the intensification boundary, which is shown in red. Adjacent to residential lands as well, which are shown in yellow to the north, south, and east. Turning to the official plan amendment, there is an amendment required here because the lands in orange are designated as community facilities and open space. This is the only such designation within the Brighton official plan, and as in the new official plan, community facilities are permitted in all official plan designations. And there is no identified community facility use for these lands. It has been suggested and based on discussions with previous planning staff in Brighton that this was a holdover from previous official plans for a golf course proposal. So this amendment will in fact redesignate the lands to low density residential as shown on this slide, so to the yellow designation. And this amendment to the official plan will allow for more efficient use of the land for residential development as opposed to a golf course, and be more in conformity with the growth plan policies. Within the Brighton official plan policies, this subdivision does conform, save and except for the requirement to redesignate the community facility designation. A variety of housing forms are proposed to enhance housing affordability, respond to market conditions, and provide for an efficient and compact built form. The overall density proposed is low density and has in the future, there's a condominium block at the north end, but as I mentioned, that is not being considered for zoning at this time. The balance of the subdivision is all freehold and it meets all of the density targets within the official plan policies. It is adjacent to the built-up area where services can be extended and are available. Predominantly, the housing form in the subdivision will be single detached units comprising 70% of the subdivision. The density is 20 units per net hectare or 13 units per gross hectare. So that is within the low density category, but there is a blend of housing types provided, which are arranged in a progression. The inclusion of the single and semi-detached units reflect the character of the existing low-density development on Ontario and Raglan Street, while the integration of the townhouses addresses the intensification policies within Brighton's official plan. We have considered the issues of land use compatibility in designing the subdivision. The adjacent residential properties on Ontario and Raglan Street are all detached residential units. So it's been designed to provide a variety of housing forms all within the low density residential category. With adjacent uses, compatibility will be ensured through low profile buildings, fencing, landscaping, and increased setbacks. And with respect to fencing, certainly where there are any townhouse or semi-detached units that would abut existing single detached units, and there are not many, but it would be suggested that fencing would be provided as part of the subdivision detailed design. The density does increase slightly towards the center of the site, away from the existing detached units. As I mentioned, most of the units that abut the existing homes are single detached, but there are some semi and townhouse units. It is proposed that these units would be primarily bungalows, which would also assist in maintaining privacy. The zoning bylaw application has been amended to reflect the new design within the third submission. And so this schedule here shows the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to the R2 zone, which are the single detached units, the R2-42 units, which are for the semi-detached. They're within the same zone category, but they have special provisions that are somewhat distinct. And then within the townhouse, which is now in Brighton in the R4 zone, that there is a special zone for those. And that it also addresses if there are bungalow units that increased lot coverage is permitted. The darker green is the OS open space zoning that's proposed. And then all of the EP is the pale green, and that reflects all of the setbacks from the wetland that I've referenced, the 30-meter setback, or the greater of the delineation of the floodway, as I've also referenced. There is a possibility in this area, we're discussing this with staff, of expanding the EP zone here on what's called Lot 9. There's been a concern expressed by a landowner that abuts this property. So we are, Amanda and I have been reviewing that with Josh to look at potentially expanding the EP zone in that location. So just to summarize, this project, Brighton Meadow Subdivision, has been through, again, a fairly lengthy and very rigorous planning review process. And this second public meeting deals with both the draft plan of subdivision as well as the rezoning. The official plan amendment, there's no requirement for an additional meeting, but this has been part of this meeting tonight. And the rezoning will implement the subdivision housing forms and the park space that are being proposed. The subdivision consists of 173 units, predominantly single detached, and all development will occur outside of the 30-meter setback. The policies of the provincial plans and Northumberland, as well as Brighton official plan, are all satisfied, and there's conformity. And there's been an extensive submission that both Amanda and I have made in combination to address all the municipal and previous public comments that were have been provided to us, and that has been part of this third submission. I believe a copy of that is part of the agenda package. So I'd just like to conclude that the Brighton Meadows subdivision, the accompanying applications represent good planning and are justified. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson-Althouse, and thank you, Ms. Redden, for your comments. I will ask if there are persons present who have questions or comments regarding the proposed applications. Madam Clerk, are you aware of people requesting?
Yes. I believe Doug Valls. I don't know if he's
Just
here.
Doug?
There was a Doug, sorry, it's hard to, there's so many different people. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, well, we'll start with Doug Bowles. Doug, you with us here? Let's see online here. I saw Doug come into the meeting originally, but I don't see him here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't see him listed on our screen.
And do we know if he or, oh, here we go. Here we go.
Do you want to ask again?
He's just connecting. So we'll,
okay.
we'll let the internet do its thing. Doug, I see you've joined us for the meeting, and I'm going to turn the floor over to you if you have questions or comments on the proposed subdivision. Doug, are you there? Zoom says that Doug is here, but I'm not hearing from Doug. So what I'll do is I'm going to move on, and if Doug wants to make comment at some point, we'll go back to him just like we did with the other interested party from the last application. Madam Clerk, are you aware of anyone else joining us to ask questions?
I did a search, and Doug is the only one that came up for this Brighton Meadows.
All right, so I will just generally ask if there's anyone else present on Zoom who wishes to have questions or comment on this proposed subdivision. Okay, I'm going to move on to questions for members of council, but Madam Clerk, would you reach out to Doug by email and just ask if he's having any technical problems or if he'd like to join us by some other method, like telephone or what have you? Are there any questions or comments regarding the proposed applications from members of council? Councilor Bateman.
There you go. Thank you, Mayor. Similar questions to the last one we were just discussing. If I could get somebody to explain on the stormwater management portion of this, they said major events will flow over the roads. Does that mean down the side of the roads, or you're talking, again, if we experienced like 2017, 2019, this is flowing over the roads, and what does that do to our infrastructure if that was to take place?
I'll ask Ms. Redden if she can field that question, please.
I guess. So in all municipal infrastructure is designed for the minor events, which would be the 5-year or below, to enter a storm sewer underground and flow to the receiving body. And then any storms above that in almost every case, flow through the road, over the road surface. So it would be contained within the curbs and flowing along the road surface out to the outlet point for any storms above the 5-year event.
Thank you for that. Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be a question for our planning staff. I'm going to, regarding the properties that are already on Raglan Street, and there are several on the north side there that I believe are not hooked up to our sewer system, that there's still septic beds back there. Will this affect those property owners at all? I'm just wondering, you know, once development starts, roads start being built, basements start being dug, will there be any negative effect on the folks that live there now with their septic situations? Or will there be opportunity to connect them to our sewer system?
Barry?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a hydrological investigation that was prepared as part of this application. Typically, those studies would look at surrounding septic systems and wells to ensure there are no negative impacts on adjacent systems. So through the plan of subdivision agreement and part of the draft conditions, we will be imposing appropriate mitigation measures as recommended by professional engineering. With respect to services, potentially the applicant's engineer may be able to speak to that one, if there's existing services in that area.
Redden?
Sure. So currently there is a gravity sanitary sewer available on Raglan Street. It comes up to almost the location of the subdivision entrance. So the subdivision entrance is located between 310 and 312 Raglan Street. To reach that subdivision entrance, we have to make a 25-meter extension of the existing main. So all of the residences beyond 25 meters east of the subdivision entrance would already have the opportunity to connect. So we would cover maybe one additional unit with that extension that would have the opportunity to connect. Anything west of the subdivision entrance, there is no extension proposed of the gravity system along Raglan Street.
And there will be no negative effect then to the property owners to the west of the extension?
Would you like me to answer that one as well?
Yep.
So Mr. Barry was talking earlier about the hydrogeological report that was done. So I need to preface this by saying I'm not a hydrogeologist, but the report did look at the existing services in the area. And in general, by developing this area, we would be providing more control of the runoff in the area. It's my understanding that currently there's a lot of pooling and runoff that occurs along the back of the lots of Raglan Street. Developing this area would provide some control and relief to that water that's just ponding there by giving it an outlet by the overland flow routes out to the west. So I believe that would relieve some of the strain on the existing septic systems in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And for everyone's information, Mr. Voles advises that he has no questions or comments, that he's listening in via YouTube. Any other questions from members of council? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm always interested in know what market the developer's going after here. You have a lot of single detached properties or homes, some townhouses, freehold townhouses. I'm confused on the two. But in the way of affordable housing, are you sliding any of that in there? Because I think this development is excellent for families, of which we haven't focused on a lot in the last little while. It's been about still seniors. Families are going to come eventually. So with all the 86 single, you said, are they mostly bungalows? I presume you said earlier, but I don't see a lot here addressing I'm gonna use the word affordable loosely, because I'm still confused on it at $600,000 for a house nowadays, but is there any target there in what is the market by this developer? What are you looking for? Senior, is it a seniors market? Is it a family market? Or obviously there's some mix in here, but can you answer that question?
Ms. Ferguson Althouse?
Yes, thank you. Definitely it is a mix. I would suggest it probably is skewed more towards families. And the emphasis on the lower density would be part of that. The bungalows only apply to the townhouses and the semi-detached, but that's only, which would be more attractive to an older client or homeowner, I should say. But the town has actually suggested that there be flexibility so that those units could also be two-story. So then that would then appeal more to families if they were two-story units, so the townhouses and the semi-detached units. So it is obviously a large project, and it's going to appeal to a wide mix of people within and from the surrounding community, both families and seniors.
Thank you for that. Mr. Barry, do you have a comment?
Yeah, so I'd like to add to that. So one of the things that staff were speaking about with the applicant is the possibility of second units, which our zoning bylaw does permit as of right, as a potential affordable housing option. So that's something we'll be looking at with the applicant. Potentially there's an opportunity for purpose-built second units.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. I'm going to go to Councillor Bateman, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to the other one, and I agree with what the other councillors are saying, that I like the mix aspect of this as well as the other development we were looking at. But this question, again, similar to the other one, revolves around your traffic study. And on page 6, it said in previous discussions, residents had expressed concerns in the traffic volume, and that Jewel Engineering would investigate the impact of the development on the existing road work. But we have spoken before that we looked at not just the development, but future development. But in your report on this one, you just looked at the development. And my concern is that Ontario Street, like Prince Edward Street, running north-south, that's our two main roads, basically. There's other ways of getting around, but the two main roads, we have two major building centers that feed under those roads. So similar to what I expressed, Mayor, on Prince Edward Street, at some point we may have to look at widening, because I think we're kidding ourselves if we don't think there's going to be an impact on the traffic flow, because the way the report is written from, I think it's Jewel that had submitted this, no upgrades to the existing road network, meaning that, you know, they're not putting in lanes and stuff, but it doesn't talk about the volume. And I think anybody that travels on Ontario Street, I would say probably 7 days a week, and especially on weekends, can attest, you know, May until October, that is one busy street that can barely accommodate the trailers that are going down to our provincial park, not to mention now that we have the big building center on Butler Street and another building center on Ontario Street, all feeding off those same streets, that there is a traffic concern. But I was just curious as to why this report didn't indicate the future growth as we had indicated they all did.
Ms. Redden?
Yeah, so the report actually accounts for a 3.5% growth factor in background traffic. That was increased from the previous report after consultation with the town and consideration of the higher growth rates that Brighton has seen in recent years. So we are accounting for a 3.5% increase overall in all of the background traffic in the area.
Thank you for that. Councillor Anderson, you had a follow-up? You're muted, Ron.
Good. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mayor. But thank you, Councillor Bateman. You hit it on the nose. I think the traffic, the density will be a large concern, and then Ontario Street will probably have to be widened at some point with all the buses and everything. If this is a family estate, it's you know, it's going to be a lot of and if there's a lot of children involved in that, there's going to be a lot of buses, and I don't know if they're going to be able to access that area or they'll stay on Ontario Street. That we don't know yet. So my other question, just one last thing, what would the build out on a project like this be? Are we talking 5 years, 10 years? Somebody should know, have an idea for our planning purposes too. So if we were to have to do Ontario Street, widen it or whatever, what kind of planning would we have to? And perhaps our planner can answer that if you can't, as the developer's representative.
Ms. Ferguson Althouse?
Well, in terms of the build out, I would suggest, and subject to Amanda's input, approximately 5 years once we get to the registration. We still have a process to go through. We're not draft approved, and then we have to get to final approval and registration, and that takes time. So then obviously based on market conditions, the project will be phased. And so I would suggest it would be approximately a 5-year build out.
That's important. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. There was mention by Mr. Barry of second units. I was wondering if you can just elaborate on what that is. Well, I guess I just want to encourage that. I know sometimes people are concerned about density, but because of the market and the way it is now and the rising costs, we're all concerned about having housing that is affordable. So yeah, just wondering if you could elaborate on what second units are and how that could be implemented.
Barry? Mr. Walsh, do you want to?
Yes, I was going to offer this, maybe assist this with a little bit. Yeah, the second units, also known as simply additional dwelling units, as they're often referenced to, and indeed is the phrase that is used in our current comprehensive zoning bylaw, simply refers to second household unit within an existing home. And our zoning bylaw, as Mr. Barry indicated, as of right permits additional units within single detached, semi-detached, and I believe townhouses. So in some consultations with the applicant, there was an encouragement that there would be some consideration for actually designing certain lots in the subdivision for the purposes of accommodating second units, since sometimes some different configurations of doors and windows and driveways are important by design function for a good design. And when you're bringing a second unit, all these things need to be considered. So the in discussions with the proponent, they are looking at and considering it, and because yes, as of right with their zoning bylaw, they can do this through a building permit by building permit undertaking. Lots are generally on a large size compared to many subdivisions these days. So I think there's enough flexibility on many of these lots to accommodate second or additional dwelling units.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Barry advises he's having some technical difficulties, and I'm just advising him by chat that we can still see him. Are there any, Councilor LeBlanc, you had your question. You had a hand up.
Through you, Chair. I have a number of questions. One of them is when they do the flow direction to the west, are they going to increase the swale all the way to the no-name creek so that the water doesn't divert into another low-lying area and go behind the homes on Raglan Street? That's one question.
Yes, the swale. So we're going to have a swale, an exterior swale that will run all along the south side of the development between the proposed lots and the existing lots on Raglan Street, and it will go all the way out to the wetland to the west.
Can I have a follow-up, Mayor?
Go ahead.
It also says in your thing that you're going to be infilling. You're going to be bringing in fill. Hopefully you use Reg 905 that you're going to do it or take it from a quarry. But while you're infilling and you're putting the fence, are you also putting a swale between this development and the existing homes on Ontario Street to redirect the flow? And also when you were raising the fill, I see you're raising it. Is it also so you can get a proper slope so you can hook up the sewer to Raglan Street? Because it's quite low, because some of the homes don't have enough slope and they're only 25 to 50 meters away, and you're going to be coming from 250 meters away. So is it also for stopping freezing so you can get the proper depth so that the system isn't in the groundwater, so you don't get infiltration into the stormwater, the sanitary sewers, that we don't collect it into our wastewater treatment plant, and also so that the drinking water pipes and pipes going to the homes don't freeze, because we have that in a few of our streets now that have been put in that are too shallow. So is this the reason that you're doing this? And if you're bringing in fill, imported fill, are you going to be putting something on the deeds that basically the homes were built on imported fill?
Redden?
Yes, Councillor LeBlanc, you're exactly correct on most of those things. We are also putting an exterior yard swale all along the rear yards of the lots that back onto Ontario Street. It will accept drainage from the new homes as well as from the backyards of the existing homes, and that drainage will be picked up in the storm sewer collection system and run through the subdivision out to the west tributary. You're also correct regarding the filling of the lands. So for all the reasons that you said, because we need cover over the sanitary system, because we need to get above the groundwater for the basement elevations. We require fill in this subdivision. So the subdivision lands will be, in some cases, a meter and a half above some of the surrounding lands to facilitate all of those things.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc. You're muted, Doug.
Also on your oil grit sand separators, what is your typical flow? And also with using these, this will be one of the first places that they're put in the municipality of Brighton. I don't have to pay $1 for that, Mayor. I didn't use that. But in the municipality. So on these streets, would you recommend that we don't use sand during the winter time, that we just use salt, so we don't fill up these all grit separators, sand separators?
Ms. Redden?
The flow rates for the OGS units, I would have to double check the report and dig that up for you. I can certainly do that and come back to council with a response by email. In general, it's acceptable to use sand. It does fill up the units, but cleaning of these units is pretty low maintenance. It just requires a vac truck annually or biannually to suck the sediment and the floatables out. So it can be done in coordination with your standard catch basin cleaning schedule.
Thank you for that. And just the reference to paying $1 that Councillor LeBlanc made. I haven't been keeping track, Ruth or Amanda, but we have a rule in Brighton. We say municipality because, of course, it's an amalgamated municipality with the former town and former township. So that's I make a joke that if you say town or township, you have to put $1 in the swear jar. So that's that reference. And yeah, I won't comment on how often you have said town or township this evening.
Too many.
But we're good hosts, Councillor LeBlanc, and we ignore those minor transgressions. Any other questions from members of council? Very well, thank you. And Ms.
I have one.
Go ahead.
Your worship. I have one more. When I read the environmental impact study for the site, I didn't see anything about the monarch butterflies. Because when I read about the open space in this meadow here, the monarch butterfly uses this as one of the trends that go through, and I didn't see it as the species that use this place when I read the study. I was wondering if that was part of it or I just missed it, or if you could direct me where it was in the report.
I'm not sure which of you would like to field this one.
I can take this one. Councillor LeBlanc, this was listed in the original EIS, but also it was covered in more detail by the subsequent memo delivered by Cambium in this latest submission. So they did a memorandum titled Significant Woodlands and Significant Wildlife Habitat. And in there, they specifically spoke to the monarch butterfly. And their assessment of this property is that it was not suitable habitat for monarch butterflies.
Thank you. I didn't get that report, but it's not part of my package, but thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you both. Any further questions from members of council? So Ms. Ferguson Althouse, do you have any final comments?
No, Mr. Worship, we just appreciate continuing working with staff on all of the input that's been received. There's been some, I believe, some emails that they've received from the public, and we've already been discussing those comments with Josh. And we look forward to bringing this for when the municipality of Brighton can bring this back to for draft plan approval.
Thank you, Ruth, and you nailed it. Mr. Barry, do you have any final comments?
I have nothing to add at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And council is not being asked to make a decision. So the motion before me reads that the report of the Planning and Development Department dated June 14th, 2021, regarding subdivision file number sub 2019-03, official plan amendment number OPA 01-2019, and zoning bylaw amendment Z21-2019 be received. And then after receiving public comments, staff report is brought back for council's consideration. Is there a mover? Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Are there any other comments or questions from members of council? So I guess I would ask Mr. Barry what the intent is in terms of timing to bring a report back to council.
Yeah, so as mentioned in my report, our peer review consultant or our third-party consultant is currently reviewing the reports and drawings, and we're expected to receive their comments shortly. So we're hoping to bring this forward to council sooner than later, hopefully within the next 2 months.
Thank you very much for that. And I meant to ask during the questioning period, do we circulate the school board on these subdivisions? And
Yes. Sorry to cut you off, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we did, and it's in the staff report. They have no objections or concerns.
Thank you very much for that. So members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Raleigh,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman. Oh no,
Councillor
sorry,
Tadman
conflict
has
of
declared a
interest.
conflict, yeah.
Right. Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander,
Yes.
and that's carried.
Thank you. We'll ask Councillor Tadman to return.
There she is.
Welcome back, Councillor Tadman. The next
Yes.
item in our statutory public meeting is with regard to a consent and zoning bylaw amendment being files number B03-2021, B04-2021, B05-2021, B06-2021, and Z06-2021. The owner and applicants are 952849 Ontario Limited and 2003603 Ontario Corporation. Location is part of Lot 5, Broken Front Concession, Parts 1 to 3 and 7 on Plan 38R 2325, and Lot 2 and Block 49 in Lakeside Landing Subdivision, Municipality of Brighton, Northumberland. Mr. Barry, by what method and on what date was notice of this consent and zoning bylaw amendment application given?
Notice of the consent and zoning bylaw amendment application was sent by first-class mail on May 21st, 2021 to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property. Notice was also circulated to all the agencies as required under the Planning Act. In addition, a signed notice was also posted on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Would you please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications and what these would accomplish?
Yeah, so there's 5 applications, 4 of them being consent and 1 being a zoning bylaw amendment. So consent application B03-2021 is requesting a lot addition to block 49 in the Lakeside Landing subdivision. It is proposed that 0.027 acres of land is severed from the existing lot to the west, 103 Lakeshore Street, and added to block 49. This would result in block 49 having 6.1 meters of frontage on Lakeshore Street and a total area of 0.97 acres. The purpose of this application is to provide block 49 in Lakeside Landing subdivision with access onto a fully maintained public road, Lakeshore Street, as the lands are planned to be developed for a single detached dwelling through zoning bylaw amendment Z06-2021. Consent application B04-2021 is requesting a lot addition for the property located at 103 Lakeshore Street. It is proposed that 0.017 acres of land is severed from the northwest corner of block 49 in the Lakeside Landing subdivision and is added to the property located to the west, that being 103 Lakeshore Street. This will result in 103 Lakeshore Street having a total lot area of 0.367 acres. The purpose of this application is to break up block 49 so it is no longer considered to be a whole block on a registered plan of subdivision. A condition of consent, approval would require the severed parcel created through B04-2021 to merge with the parcel located at 103 Lake Street prior to a certificate of consent being issued for the application. The purpose of consent application B05-2021 and B06-2021 is to provide a servicing easement over Part 7 on Plan 38R-2325 on Lot 2 in the Lakeside Landing subdivision to provide access to sanitary sewer and municipal water services. The purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application Z06-2021 is to rezone block 49 in the Lakeside Landing subdivision, including the lot addition lands, from the special urban residential 1-1 zone and the open space zone to the special urban residential 1-34 zone to permit a single detached dwelling with a minimum lot frontage of 6.1 meters. The zoning bylaw amendment will also rezone the severed parcel created through consent file B04-2021 to the special urban residential 1-2 zone to be consistent with the zoning of the merged lands at 103 Lakehurst. The flood prone area zone provisions will continue to apply to the subject lands as in accordance with section 4.330.1 of the zoning bylaw. Now, I prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation for this application. So if I can share my screen, I would like to review that with council and members of the public.
Please proceed.
Can council see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So as mentioned, this is for the consent applications B03-2021, B04-2021, B05-2021, B06-2021, and Z06-2021. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is the statutory public meeting as held in the Planning Act. Staff have not recommended a decision for the applications at this time. The purpose of the public meeting is to receive comments from the public. Comments received from the public and members of council will be addressed in a subsequent staff report. So the purpose of the applications, as mentioned earlier, is a lot addition to add 6.1 meters of frontage to the parcel known as Block 49 in the Lakeside Landing subdivision. A lot addition to add a small area to the property known as 103 Lakehurst to break up 49. Block 49 is also proposed. Consents for easement to provide access to sanitary services and municipal water services located along Lakehurst Street is also proposed. The zoning bylaw amendments will rezone the subject lands from R1-2 zone and the open space zone to the special urban residential 134 zone and the special residential 1-2 zone. So there's a sketch. Oh, I fast forwarded too fast there, which shows this is the lands known as Block 49. The applicant is proposing to add this red area to this piece, which would provide 6.1 meters of frontage. There's a proposed driveway shown. The easement is highlighted in yellow as well. And there is a proposed building envelope shown on the sketch as well. The applicant is also proposing to add a piece of Block 49 to the adjacent lot to the west to break up this block so it's no longer considered to be within a registered plan of subdivision. This is zoning statute just illustrating the lands that are proposed to be rezoned. Now, the next steps that staff have considered for this application is that a site inspection with neighboring residents will occur in the next few weeks to obtain comments. A report will be prepared by, planning staff to compile all the comments received to date. Residents will have an opportunity to review this report prior to being submitted to the applicant, and the comment report will be provided to the applicant for response. Residents will meet with staff to review the applicant's response to comments and form a recommendation. A final comment report will then be provided to the applicant for response. A planning council meeting will then be held for a decision. So the intent of the application process going forward is really to provide staff with an opportunity to meet with the residents so we can understand their concerns and compile all those concerns into a document with their input, and then provide that information to the applicant. Once the applicant has responded, staff will meet with the residents in a meeting to ensure that the responses are satisfactory. And then we'll have another council meeting. So that concludes my presentation. And all comments and questions related to the application can be directed to the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Does the owner, applicant, or agent wish to make any comments this evening? Go ahead, Brian, unmute yourself and introduce yourself to council, please.
Thank you, Mayor Ostrander. Excuse me. My name is Brian Whitehead. I'm a principal and senior planner with JP2G Consultants. I should explain that the 2G and JP2G represents Greer Galloway. It's a sister company, and I'm joined tonight by Steve Blakey from Greer Galloway, and I'm also joined tonight by Brianna Kenny, who is the applicant with our firms, and she's a biologist and cross-trained in planning. I have a brief presentation that I'd like to present to council. But before I get into that, Brianna will put it up with your permission. I can just explain to council that I do have some history with this property. I filed the original application for zoning bylaw amendment for the Lakeside Landing subdivision. And it was subsequently appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board at the time. And some of the comments that have been received to date do reflect some of the concerns that were raised at that hearing. And there was also a subsequent hearing at a later date over a technical servicing matter. So, so in support of this application, we filed a planning justification report, a scoped environmental impact study prepared by Niblett Environmental, Chris Hollingwood, and it was for the subdivision, but the provisions of that still apply to this Block 49. And in support of the application, Greer Galloway have also done completed a topographic survey, an engineering survey, which has been accepted by the Lower Trent Conservation Authority. They've had pre-consultation meetings with Lower Trent, and Lower Trent has since provided comments on this proposal as recently as today. There have been a number of written submissions to these applications, and that's why we've had the brief presentation, and we were alerted to the fact that tonight's meeting will be strictly for information purposes. But I've had a chance to review a lot of the written comments that have been submitted to date, and have an opportunity to make some comments in that regard. So if I could maybe ask Brianna for permission to put the presentation up.
As long as she can share the screen, she's certainly able to do so. It appears that that's an open function. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. So I basically have covered a lot of my introductory comments, but in terms of this presentation agenda, it's basically to provide some information which has already to some degree been provided by Josh, but I can gloss over that I've documented some of the concerns that I felt are more or less planning related, and I'll go through some of those as well, and we'll just go over the sketches in more detail for information purposes. Thanks, Brianna. Essentially what we're looking at is a lot addition to block 49 in the Lakeside Landing subdivision. And it's coming from lands that are currently within 103 Lakehurst Street, which are not within the subdivision. So there's no new lots being created as a result of these land severance applications. It's simply trying to get an access to Lakehurst Street so that block 49 can get serviced or with road, and also with easements so that block 49 and 103 Lakehurst can be serviced with municipal sewer and water services. Next slide, please, Brianna. And essentially, I've just covered that also, that this is the consent applications related to the easements. So maybe just go to the next slide, please. This is the slide which was shown earlier by Josh, but I'll explain it in a bit more detail. This is a plan that's driven from the topographic plan that was prepared by Greer Galloway, and it's overlain by a copy of a survey plan that was prepared by an Ontario land surveyor that shows all the property fabric. And I should point out that on the survey, it does show Harbor Street on the right-hand side, and it should be Lakehurst Street. That was on the plan that we received from the surveyor, but we can share some equal fault for that because it did go through Greer Galloway and it did go through JP2G. So we were corrected on that. But if you look at the item lot addition 1, which is in the bottom left-hand corner, I don't know if Brianna can point to that. You can see that it's a 6-meter wide access, and it is extending into the lot to provide the access. I do want to point out that it would also be subject to a right-of-way. I've noticed in some of the correspondence that are not subject to a right-of-way, rather subject to an easement for servicing, as shown in yellow as well. I just wanted to point that out. And the easement would extend from Lakehurst Street to the right over lands which are currently owned by it's on lot 2 in the subdivision right there. It's just services would all be underground. You wouldn't see it from the street, and they would service the block 49 and extend all the way across to 103 Lakehurst Street and provide sewer and water services to that existing lot of record. And as you can look at this plan, also you can see the contours. The contours include a solid line identifying the 100-year flood line, as well as a dash line, which is a 6-meter offset from that floodplain. And that's the survey that was requested by Lower Trent in order to support this application, and Greer Galloway prepared it. It was accepted by Lower Trent. And what you're seeing is a building envelope within that dash line, which is consistent or even somewhat larger than some of the adjacent building lots. So in terms of a building area, it's well suited for a building, and it would have some additional amenities and open space. The lot on block 9 will be just under 1 acre in size, which is quite large for this area. The building, and again, the building area is somewhat smaller, obviously, and more compatible with the surrounding land use. And next slide, please, Brianna. The zoning is to rezone block 49 and the additional access on Lakeshurst Street from special residential 1 and open space to a special residential 1 exception 34 in order to allow an exception from the minimum lot frontage requirement being and recognizing a 6.1 meter lot frontage. The retained lands I should point out on lot 103 Lakehurst do comply with the minimum frontage and area requirements. And item 2 is a sort of a smaller parcel of land that's being added to 103 Lakehurst in order for it to be in the same zone as 103 Lakehurst, which is an R1-2. And of course, the flood-prone areas on Block 49 will continue to apply. Next slide, please. This is a map showing the floodplain, or not the floodplain, rather the zoning. And the zoning does not affect Lot 2 on the right-hand side. It's just an easement, so the easement is not altering the lot in any way. It's just overlapping interest over that part in yellow. The next color, which I hope is blue. I'm not particularly good with colors, but it's the rezoning of the Block 49 and from open space to R1 to R1EX for the road frontage exception. And of course, the upper left-hand corner on Block 49 going to 103 Lakehurst is being rezoned to reflect the R1-2 zoning on that parcel of land. Next slide, please. There have been some concerns related to the entrance width. So we sought out an opinion from Greg Galloway and Steve Blakey in particular, who is satisfied that 6 meters will be sufficient to provide an accommodated driveway for a single family dwelling, and it's wide enough for emergency vehicles and snow removal. Next slide. On the subdivision, this is actually a slide showing a bit of the history of Lakeside Landing for the stormwater management pond. And on the left-hand side, you can see the original storm pond location where the Block 49 and lots 1 and 2 in the subdivision are currently located. And you'll also notice it's called Block 50. And for those people who may be listening, what happens quite often is that lot and block numbers change whenever plans get amended. And then from the draft plans to the final plans, they get changed sometimes again. So Block 49 was morphed into Block 56 on the amended plan in the bottom right-hand corner. The reason for the change in the stormwater pond location was because when Lower Trent reviewed the draft plan of subdivision, it was concluded that the stormwater location on the left-hand side was not suitable due to a large portion of it being located within the floodway. So in other words, it wouldn't be a functional storm pond in the event of a 1 in 100 year flood. So the pond was moved within the subdivision to the north, and 3 lots along the subdivision street were removed, and 2 additional lots, being 46 and 47 on the bottom right-hand corner, were added. They're not now lots 1 and 2 in the final plan, and Block 46 or Block 49 rather, for the current application. And I guess the reason for open space is because when the lot was created, the Block 40, in this case Block 56, now Block 49, it was a block of land that didn't have frontage on a public street. And in the municipal zoning bylaw, there were only 2 zone categories that qualified for properties that didn't have frontage on a public street. One of them was open space, and the other was environmental protection. So at least I'd rather be here with an open space zoning than an environmental protection zone at this point. But that's the reason why it was zoned open space at the time. And with an open space zoning and a property that didn't have frontage on a public street, it could be acquired by an adjacent property owner for usage at a future date. And that's exact. And in this case, the adjacent property owner owns 103 Lakeside Street. Next slide, please. So Lakehurst Street, I'm sorry. Placement of fill. There's none on Block 49. This is a topic that came up in the subdivision review, was that there was some fill brought in on the subdivision to raise it up, and that was a big part of the hearing. There was evidence brought in and specialists that had the material tested to confirm that it wasn't contaminated. And there was a temporary stockpile of topsoil on part 1 of 103, just west of 103 Lakehurst, which is just west of Block 49. It's since it's to be removed, and also when it relates to relating to cut and fill, there was a question related to that, and that of course will be regulated by the Lower Trent and the Conservation Authority. The building that's being proposed, or buildings plural, are raised bungalows. The homes will be the home will be a fill, and it'll have to have graded, have to be graded to drain away from the building. Footings and basements will be above the high water mark, and there's probably a line at the bottom we can't see. But anyway, any development that occurs on these lots will be subject to conditions of consent approval, requiring detailed lot grading and drainage plans. And there's also permitting required from the Lower Trent for any future development of these properties. Next slide, please. This is a slide that shows it's the plan for the land severances over top of an air photo. It looks a little busy, but we've tried to show the vegetation on the existing lots. And the low area and much of Block 49 is vegetated. And there will have to be some clearing on the right-hand side again, where the building is proposed. It's just a conceptual building location, and just to show that a standard building or dwelling can fit within the building envelope of both properties. And it'll be subject to, as I mentioned before, to lot grading and drainage plans. It's understood that trees and vegetation, maintaining trees and vegetation is important to the people of Brighton and council. So that's certainly something that can be considered as part of the lot grading and drainage plan. There's no reason why the lower areas on the property need to have the vegetation removed. There is a little watercourse, I believe, on the or a drainage area extending from the lower area on Block 49, just toward, I guess, the right at the top. If you can just point to it, Brianna. Thank you. And that's a feature that's been reviewed by Lower Trent as well, and I can actually comment on that as well. In fact, just today, the comments we received from the Lower Trent, and I'm sure the people that are concerned about this proposal will have an opportunity to review them. But I would call it a glowing review from Lower Trent in regards to floodplain. That they're saying it's consistent with the provincial policy statement. The applicants provided up-to-date floodplain mapping in accordance with instructions from Lower Trent, and municipal site plan controls and Lower Trent's permitting process can assist in ensuring these restrictions are applied and adhered to. In terms of permitting, a permit from Lower Trent Conservation will be required for any proposed development on each of the resulting parcels prior to commencement of any on-site work. The part of the lands that are located within 120 meters of the provincially significant wetland of the Presqu'île Bay Marsh PSW, and they've had an opportunity. They've conducted site visits. They've looked at existing reports, and they've concluded the proposed development will have no impact on Presqu'île Bay Marsh PSW, and no further evaluation would be required at this time. So, and further, that Lower Trent has no concerns with regard to water quality and quantity perspective in reference to that water course that I mentioned earlier. However, they would recommend that a vegetated buffer be maintained along that water course, and that would prevent siltation and sediment from flowing through toward the wetland. So, next slide, please, Brianna. So in conclusion, we've concluded that the proposed land severances and rezoning comply with the policies of the urban area designation of Northumberland official plan and are consistent with the policies of the provincial policy statement. The applications will comply with the official plan or are considered to represent good planning, subject to the implementation of the zoning on the property, and the recommendations from the scoped environmental impact study and the servicing requirements, lock rating, drainage, sewer, water, and all the other conditions that staff deem necessary for these lots to be approved. So that concludes my presentation. We're available to respond to any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. And before I move on to ask if there are any persons present, I do have a procedural motion in front of me that I have drafted. So if you don't like it, members of council, please feel free to change it if you make the motion. The motion reads that council extend this meeting to conclude the open session items, and further that council defer the closed session item to the regular meeting of June 21st, 2021. Is there a mover? Councillor Tadman, seconded by Councillor Rowley. Any discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you. So the next question is to ask if there are persons present who have questions or comments regarding the proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications. I do have a list of people. So I will start with the list as it's been presented to me. And it begins with Michael Keefe. Mr. Keefe, are you here with us? I see you here.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I am here. Can.
Yep, I can hear you. So please proceed with your question or comment.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Whoops. Thank you, Mayor Ostrander and Mr. Barry, first off, for replying to the initial letter on behalf of the number of residents around the Lakeside Landing subdevelopment. Thanks as well to Councillors Bateman and LeBlanc for coming down to the site and meeting with the residents here to talk about their concerns. I'd like to reaffirm that the residents adjoining the subdevelopment are against the addition of the proposed 2 dwellings to what is already, in our opinion, excessively dense housing, and the additional dwellings will exacerbate the problems of stormwater runoff and flooding along Lakehurst Street, as well as to further damage the natural environment and wildlife in the area. Related to the significant removal of the natural environment, is not clear in this application who will maintain or develop any natural parkland that I thought is meant to be included in the new housing development. Can council please clarify for me where the parkland is located in this particular development? I'd like to reaffirm that was discussed last night and unanimously agreed upon by the residents that met with Councillor LeBlanc to ask council to defer any decision on this application until all councillors and residents have been given the necessary time to assess. I see from Mr. Barry's statement earlier that will be the case, and I appreciate that. In conclusion, I'd like to ask the mayor, council, and municipal staff to reflect upon the process this subdevelopment has followed from its initial proposal for 12 dwellings, to which is now clearly in keeping with the environment, to the present state in which there are about 47. While recognizing the need and the value of development, I ask the members to consider, does the current application provide for development in a socially responsible and ethical manner? What is the benefit of the application? And with that reflection, I would ask that the mayor and or any of the council members agree to the application if it were proposed adjoining their home. Thank you for your time and hopefully thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Keefe. Appreciate your comments. The next person on the list is Kathleen McFall.
Oh, shit. Are you? mute myself.
There you
Just
go.
a second. There we go.
There you go.
Okay, the mouse didn't work. Okay. I'd just like to add to what Michael said, that the residents here are really concerned about the density of the housing project. All that concrete that has been embedded into the land now makes the land no longer able to absorb water. There's concrete everywhere. The houses are very close together, and we've had 2 very bad floods here. We also have a problem with the drains on our road. They don't work. And we've had the city down here 2 or 3 times to rectify that situation, and nothing drains off into the holding area that was moved from lot 50 to 49, whatever those numbers were. There was a drainage system in there that we were supposed to be able to drain into. So the density of the houses will really affect us, especially when it comes to flooding. Almost everyone along the lake has septic tanks, and that could provide, that could cause a serious problem if there's flooding and runoff and the water doesn't leave the area. So I just have that to say in addition. That's it. The density is appalling, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McFall, for your comments. Next, I have Mary Jane and Ray, and I see a Mary Jane's iPad here. I assume that's you. I get you to introduce yourself when you do come on, though. I have to ask you to unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry. Okay. Actually, I'm going to defer my comment because I'm waiting for a response from my lawyer regarding a deed for the right-of-way that I believe this proposal encroaches on. That deed is still in existence with the Land Registry Office, and I'm waiting to see how that deed got accessed by the developer. So I'm deferring my comment for now. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. And when you find out your information, I trust that you'll pass it on to Mr. Barry in the planning office.
Yes, I've kept him in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Barb and Jean Pearson. I don't see them, but I do see 2 phone numbers here, so I don't know if that's someone dialing in is the Pearsons or not. I'm going to move on, and if you're able to unmute yourself, if you're here, so Mrs. Pearson, I'll get you to do that, and I'll come back to you. Bruce Goodfellow.
I'll be speaking on behalf of my father. My name's Stephen Goodfellow. I'm the power of attorney for my mother, Doreen Goodfellow, that owns the property at 112 Lakehurst. I have a number of questions. The first one starts with, man, you guys are doing a lot of work to sever a bunch of little pieces. So my first question is, why are you making it so hard? Second question is, if given it the 2 numbered corporations that are trying to do this, why are you accessing a proposed driveway from the west end of the property when it's right immediately in front of you at the east end? I don't understand. As well, what will prevent the developer from adding 2 or 3 other homes on this property to the west of the proposed dwelling on block 49? Is there anything to prevent that? Because if you've got that long driveway there, it just seems like a logical move that is possible. So that's another thing that I have concern about. Yeah, and what is open space zone? How can open space zone be rezoned? I'm curious how that works.
Thank you, Mr. Goodfellow. Are those your questions?
Okay, and just one other recommendation for the next time. The letter that came out on the 21st of May, the graphic that came with that was very confusing. Next time I would suggest you send out the severance sketch, because at least with that I have appreciation and understanding of what you're doing, because the severance sketch starts to make sense. Anyway, thank you, and I'll be putting this in writing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Goodfellow. And please do make sure you send that to our planning office and the clerk's office. I think
Definitely will. Thank you.
appreciate that information. Thank you. So the three questions I have are east end access of the driveway. And I think I would ask Mr. Whitehead to field this as the agent of the proponent.
Thank you, Mayor Ostrander. This question came up early in the process from staff and we responded to it. The lot 2 is owned by a separate party. In order to get access physically for a driveway, permission would be required from the owner. Permission is not available. Permission is available for servicing connections, which are underground and won't be seen. So it has been considered. In fairness and in support of the current access proposal, the access that's proposed would provide it's not your standard lot that we're looking at, but it does provide a lot that would have a character that would be almost rural in nature in an urban area. So it would have some aesthetic benefits, and having a long driveway would not be, in my opinion, an adverse impact on the creation of this lot.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. The next question is, would it be possible to have more dwellings made available given the length of, given the length of the driveway along there? And Mr. Barry, I think I'll get you to comment on that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. First off, the zoning that's being sought by the applicant is to zone it to a special urban residential zone, which would only permit one single detached dwelling on the property. Secondly, the zoning bylaw in Brighton does not permit new private lanes in the urban area. So based on that, this lot can really only support one single detached dwelling.
Because this driveway is a private driveway, not a laneway or a private roadway.
Correct, yes. But if you were to add more houses, then it would change from a driveway to private lane, which is prohibited.
Thank you. And the next question was, how can we change an open space zone, or how can we rezone an open space zone to another zone? And Mr. Barry, I'll get you to field that one as well, please.
Certainly, the open space zone is just like any other zone. If appropriate justification is provided to amend that, then that can be reviewed by staff and council. And as per Mr. Whitehead's presentation, this open space zone is not a traditional open space zone, as in the sense that it's parkland. It's privately owned land that just happened to be zoned as open space zone due to a provision in the bylaw that required frontage for all the zones with the exception of EP and OS. So there was no environmental protection designated on this lot. So OS open space zone was deemed as the most appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. So now I move to Craig Semple. Mr. Semple. I don't see anyone coming forward, so I will come back to Mr. Semple, just in case that's one of the phone numbers. Denise Dinsdale. Denise?
Unmute. Hang on. It was actually myself, Ron Dinsdale, Denise's husband. We are joint owners of the property 106 Lakehurst across from 103. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate that there'll be more consultation, and I think you mentioned the date of June 31. We look forward to reviewing this further with the municipality. I just mentioned a couple of things that some councillors might not be aware of that apparently I've been made aware of. I've read that with respect to this whole development, correct me if I'm wrong, Phil was introduced to this originally environmentally sensitive piece of land, and that compromised its environmental designation. And apparently nobody was held accountable for that. Subsequently, a subdivision of 8 or possibly 12 lots and a roadway were approved by council. This has morphed into 45 lots with large houses on postage stamp lots. They were approved by council a couple of years back under a cloud of controversy. Now we have a further application for 2 more houses and more roadway. Now, I understand that Brighton has a low density problem, and I can only assume the recommendation of the planning department and the approval by council of the 45 lots was done, in fact, as a matter of policy to partly address this larger density issue. However, I think this has been done at the expense of a very sensitive environmental area surrounding, in fact, abutting close to Presqu'île Park. As I read, environmental recommendations have been made, but there's nothing I could find on the public record to show that recommendations are being studied or implemented. I guess this could, of course, interfere with land development, so possibly they've been shelved or they've been sacrificed for the greater cause of high density. There are very legitimate concerns. I'm a new resident here, but there are very legitimate concerns of the blocking of a natural stream in this development, which nobody seems to care about, the lack of environmental oversight, which I've mentioned, the ignoring of section 3.1 of the official plan and zoning bylaw review, which recommends maintaining neighborhood character. I sent all of you a photo of the new houses towering over the landscape. This neighborhood character has been completely destroyed. Also, there are flooding issues on Lakehurst Street. That's not going to be addressed. That's going to be made worse. There'll be surface runoff issues from 47 roofs now, and patios, and driveways, and 2 roadways into a single culvert draining into valuable and sensitive wetland bordering the park. And residents like myself are concerned about pollution to our wells. My well is only 7 feet deep. Now, it seems pointless to go into any of these points in detail. If the aim of the planning department and council is density maximization at the expense of the environment, and if that's the objective, then I guess we're going to lose on this. I would simply suggest that this piece of land has been despoiled enough, and enough is enough, ladies and gentlemen. Listening to previous submissions on Icicle Tree Park might be appropriate for somewhere to go for these people in the big houses and small lots to go and congregate and meet and enjoy some of the neighborhood nature, which obviously they won't find in their own backyards. I think that despoiling nature and causing further flooding and contamination issues in this environmentally sensitive area at the gateway to Presqu'île Park is just inappropriate. As we've heard tonight, there are lots of developments going on. There's lots of areas in Brighton to be developed where you won't be causing flooding, you won't be causing contamination, you won't be marring an environmentally sensitive area which is close to the gateway of Presqu'île Park. So I ask you to consider those points, and I look forward to discussing them further with council and with municipality employees. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Dinsdale. Next on my list is Diane Pools. Ms. Pools? I see Diane here in the Zoom meeting. I see a couple of pools in the Zoom meeting. Okay, I'll circle back to Diane. And next on the list is Gordon Linda Leverson. Mr. and Mrs. Leverson, are you here? Back to them too. I have Kevin Oates. Kevin? Peter and Bonnie Ostwald.
Hi, good
There you
evening. Mayor, councilors, thanks very much for having us. We've submitted our concerns before. They were partially answered. Some of them, I'm just looking at a letter dated the 10th of June that was addressed to Mr. Whitehead by Greer Galloway, saying that all concerns from the LTC have been addressed. Today we hear there was further stuff received from the Lower Trent Conservation Area. So that was not addressed as of the 10th of June. That's number one. But we'll be looking forward to meeting with council, what have you, when they're supposed to come down here, and our staff. And by the way, thank you very much, Mr. Barry, for getting us all the information that we had originally not had. And I still have one more question. There was a survey done between houses number 112 and 114, and when questioning the owners and also Mr. Barry, no one knew who initiated it and who did it. And if the owners were not aware of it, I would consider this trespassing. Who did it? Who did it? On whose behest? That's all I would say. Thank you.
Either Mr. Whitehead or Mr. Barry, are you able to answer that question?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Mayor Ostrander.
The question is, well, apparently there was a survey initiated between lots or 112 and 114 Lakehurst, and the question is, was that survey initiated? Who does anyone know who that survey was initiated by?
I certainly don't know, Mayor Ostrander, and I don't believe it's actually part of the application before council.
Right. Anyhow, we're just curious, and Mr. Barry wasn't aware of it either, so who knows? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next on my list is Ron Wadling. Ron?
Yeah, we did.
Tried to come on there. It looked like Diane. Ron, are you there? I feel like I'm conducting a seance. Sandra Brandt Sparks. Sandra?
Hi, this is Diane Poole, and I'm sorry we're having technical issues.
Yep, we can hear that, Diane.
This is not working well. I'm going to say thank you for hearing. This is not working. Sorry.
I'm going to mute you, Diane. Okay, thank you for muting yourself. Diane, I think you've probably already provided comments in writing to the clerk's office and to our planning office, but if not, or if there's missing information you'd like to provide, that will certainly be helpful in staff bringing forward a recommendation to council. So Sandra Brandt Sparks. Sandra? Sandra's here. Paul Lee. You here, Paul? And Mike Stone. Okay. So there were a bunch of folks who said they wanted to speak. Some were able to connect, and are still connected, it looks like, but for whatever reason have not come forward. Madam Clerk or Mr. Walsh or Mr. Barry, I guess I'd ask, given the issues with the technology, I always worry about people's ability to appeal if they so wanted to, based on a future council decision. Given that they have listed and provided comments, are they considered appropriate appellants if they wanted to proceed with an appeal at some point?
Mayor, yes, they do hold eligibility for appeal if that was their interest or consideration by virtue of the written submissions that the board simply asks for, who may have made either written or oral submissions at the public meeting.
Okay, thank you. And I have a Bob Prentice who is asking to speak.
Yeah, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Bob. Go ahead.
Are you able to hear me now?
I can still hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And particularly want to offer my thanks to Mr. Berry for his prompt response to my earlier questions, and to Councillor LeBlanc for coming down to see us. I realize this is an ongoing process, but I just want to draw attention to my main concern is, given the information that we have, it's very difficult for me anyways to offer consent. I draw your attention to the severance sketch, which was presented earlier by the applicant. To me, this is totally inadequate in terms of being able to make some sort of a decision. I particularly note that the legend at the bottom left corner says that the building locations are there for illustration purposes only. I think this is totally inadequate in terms of making a planning decision. I'd like to see something firm. Number two, again, focusing on this diagram, the phrase vacant woodlands is totally improper. There are no trees there at all. It's just a field with a pile of dirt in it. What I would propose is that this not be agreed to until the central lands, these open spaces, be considered for approval for whatever zoning and whatever construction the developer has in mind. I don't think this open space is going to remain open. I think it's pretty obvious that they're going to try and use this 350-foot driveway as an exit from that. More buildings, more houses, which will be built in this central 0.96 acres. And I'd like to see everything put on the table at once so we can make some sort of a decision that way. Again, that's all I have at the moment. I look forward to further discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice. And for the record, that was Bob Prentice, Prentice. Thank you, Bob. Okay. So I will ask if there's any other persons present who wish to make questions or comments before we move to members of council. If we missed you on the list, or if we got you on the list but you weren't able to connect at the time, there's your chance. Okay, and again, I would reiterate that if you do have any further comments or haven't yet made comments, you may do so to the planning office and or the clerk's office at the municipality. Are there any questions or comments regarding the proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment application from members of council? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question, as we spoke about in a previous application this evening, the yellow delineated proposed driveway. Will the easement be on title just the same as like I said, what we spoke earlier, if municipal services are required to go underneath that driveway? How will that impact that?
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a condition of consent approval would require an easement document, an agreement to be registered on title. And of course, that agreement would carry with the lands on title.
Thank you.
You both. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councilor LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of the comment from the residents I couldn't hear, but one of the things on a deferral, we're not making any decision tonight, which I explained tonight. It's going to be passed on anyway. I have a couple of points that come from the documentation. One is map 16048-002, and the map 16048-001. And if you look at the bottom of both of them on the subdivision, there's a blue line that goes through, which is some type of a drainage ditch, or I don't know if it's a creek, but it's drainage, and it goes down. This map is pretty old because you don't see polywogs on it there, but the ditch goes between the house and the polywog subdivision. And up to a year ago, that used to be draining with water. And since they've done the road, either the culvert's gone, or when I walked the property and I read the Lower Trent's comments, which it doesn't give me a date, but it's page 239 of 317. And where it says is the 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph down, it said that the stormwater management pond is appeared to be blocking the flow along a ditch or water course, as it is noticed to be drainage, eventually to be double culvert, access to Lakeshore Road, and out to the wetland. The fill, which is there, needs to be removed from the water course of the low-lying area to allow convenience of the runoff in this rainfall event. So it's still there. So I sent a picture to the planner yesterday, and I mentioned it to CAO today, that the residents, when you look at drawing 16048-001, I'll hold it up. You see two yellow dots that come from the subdivision. Their house is in the middle. And when it rains, a subdivision event, their whole yard floods now, which never did before. And because the water's so high, they can't flush their toilets. So somehow this drainage needs to be addressed. When we look at, I think it's lot 49 they call, when the Lower Trent walked the property, and this is so they can answer these questions, they found low-lying pools on the property in a number of locations, but they didn't feel comfortable calling it a wetland because there was too much organic and material that had been infilled onto the saturated soil with the wetland tolerance vegetation. So the wetland tolerance vegetation is there, indicating a wetland type area not to be met or to meet the testing. But because there was so much infilling, they couldn't call it a wetland, but all the vegetation that goes with a wetland is present. So like, I wouldn't find vegetation of a wetland on top of my hill unless it was a wetland. But there was so much infilling in this area that they couldn't actually tell if it was or not, but the vegetation is there for it. So I want to know, I wasn't part of the infilling process, how much infill was brought here, and if the proponent is going to go clean out that course so that it keeps on flowing, so it doesn't flood the residents when there's a rainfall going on presently.
I guess I'll get Mr. Whitehead to answer the last portion of the question. And just as you're unmuting yourself, for everyone's information, the maps that Councilor Blanc is referring to are in the JP2G report that's part of the package. Mr. Whitehead.
I might have to defer to Mr. Blakey on that.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes, I'm here. I don't have the JP2G report and the maps you're talking to. I'm not sure just how Mr. LeBlanc where you're talking about. We might have to need to review this later. But certainly when Janet Noyes met us on site, I think last November, there was some fill from the new stormwater pond that blocking some of the drainage that and that has been rectified and moved, and that is opened up. There is an existing and historically there was basically a ditch running behind the homes on the north side of Lakehurst, and it's been maintained along the rear lots of the south side of the subdivision to take water basically east and go through the double culverts under Lakeshore, go behind Pollywogs and out to the Presqu'île, kind of to the bay to the east. Not sure if that answers the question. I'm not really sure all the places where Mr. LeBlanc was talking about the issues.
Well, what it is to you, Blakey, I know you, the water isn't flowing in that ditch by Pollywog anymore. It stopped last fall. So it's going somewheres. But the thing is, if you look at the stormwater management catch basins that they have on Lakehurst, all of them are plugged and they have a manhole, but they don't have no pipes going anywhere, which I couldn't locate unless they're full. But the ditch is plugged now. So it stops the water from flowing towards the lake. So if you can't flow towards the lake, it's going to flow and go into the yards and the houses and percolate down. So when that raises, I've sent in the pictures, 6 to 8 inches of water in some people's yards. So then they can't flush their toilets because it's higher than their septic beds. And when I voted for the subdivision, I was told that it would help the drainage on Lakehurst and the drainage problems would be solved and they'd be there. So
now the Lakeside Landing subdivision has no impact on Lakehurst. As I said, there is a drainage ditch that separates the two. I have been on Lakehurst a few times, but I haven't studied the drainage on Lakehurst. I'm wondering there I believe, if memory serves, I think there is a catch basin, and there might be a couple that take drainage towards the lake, and I don't know the answer, but that survey that was referred to between 112 and 114, I wonder whether that was looking at maybe one of those outlets. I don't know who did it, but I do know that on the plan that about 103 Lakehurst and block 49, there is a cross culvert basically almost in front of 103 Lakehurst that crosses Lakehurst. It opens up very briefly just for a few feet, and then the culvert extends north into block 49. It kind of cuts across the kind of the triangular end of that kind of one house in the corner immediately south of block 49, and basically discharges to block 49 on the north side of the proposed access way, driveway, and the right of way into basically a low area that, when the Lake Ontario gets to the high water level of about 76 meters above sea level, presumably that low wet area would fill up, be kind of a backwater, and eventually then drains to the east through the double culverts at Lakeshore and behind Pollywogs.
But it's
and that drainage will be maintained.
Well, it's not draining presently, and it's what it's doing now. But also, when you do construction and you're doing these houses, they should have some silt fencing up, which is part of the subdivision agreement. And if you go there now, there's none. So when you're digging the basements or whatever they've done, they could have accidentally put something along the ditch and going in there. I talked to our CAO, who is responsible for making sure the subdivision agreement is upheld to, and he said he would look into it. But if it's not drainage, it's got to go somewhere. So it's going in those people's yards. So it's something that has to be addressed. And also the wetland vegetation, which is part of the letter. But the only thing is I don't have a date on it. That's part of the problem. It says that you have all the vegetation for a wetland. So if you have vegetation for a wetland, to me, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, it's a duck. So that's just my expression. I'm sorry for using it.
I don't think it was unparliamentary, so you're all right, Councillor LeBlanc. I guess I'd ask the proponents to perhaps dig a little deeper and perhaps try to find the answers to Councillor LeBlanc's questions, provide them to staff, which can help form part of the formal report back to council. Councillor Bateman.
Councillor LeBlanc covered a ton of stuff there. So I guess the only one I have left is one comment and a question. And I apologize. I think it was Mr. Whitehead had mentioned earlier. One of the concerns was, and you said 6 meters is adequate for an entrance width. So my question is for Paul, Mr. Walsh, or Mr. Barry. Saying something's adequate, what's the standard for the entrance width of a drive? Just to educate myself or whoever else doesn't know. Saying it's adequate is one thing. What is the norm?
Mr. Barry?
Typically the norm for an entrance width for two-way traffic, or for example, private driveway for emergency purposes, is 6 meters.
Okay.
And this is proposed at 6.1.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll reserve any comment for after we get all this information back and the folks have had their tour and give them more feedback. But to address Councillor LeBlanc's question about drainage, I saw the culvert on the east side of Lakeshore Road being worked on about a month ago, as if they were cleaning it out, and behind Pollywugs. And I didn't hear anybody saying anything about that, but you were talking about water not having anywhere to go. I think somebody was addressing it. I'm not sure who it was, but there's some equipment in there and people cleaning it out. So that was about a month ago. Just for information.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Bateman.
Just a follow-up comment, Mayor, if I could. Thank you. I think I had emailed the CAO, Mr. Walsh, and yourself. And tonight, Mr. Barry said you're going to be going down there and talking to the residents. And what I had emailed about was when I was down there looking at the property so I can get a visual for it, a couple residents did come out and talk. And the topic that I had emailed about was they were asking whether there was a possibility to hook up to the sanitary and the water for the initial development there. And a couple of the residents had indicated that they had sent that inquiry on, and I had spoke with the CAO, and they thought they had sent it to staff, and I do believe it was sent to what they believe was staff, and I think it was a consultant. So I guess my question is this a possibility when Mr. Barry goes down that he can gauge interest and talk to them on the hows and the ifs, and if that is even possible, and the cost to do it, if anybody's interested in hooking up to the water and the sanitary? Somewhere down the road.
Yes, we can certainly discuss that with the residents. I'll defer how the hookup policies and procedures work maybe to Mr. Walsh or Mr. Castleman if they have any further information on that.
I think they would really appreciate it because they had sent that inquiry off, they said, but I think it went to the consultant, and they have felt for well over a year now that they hadn't got a reply from the municipality, and it's not really the case.
And just as part and parcel of that, my recollection is that the neighbors, it was a long time ago now, but the neighbors were surveyed when water was sent down through Presqu'île. to see if they wanted to hook up to water at that time. And I think that it was a cost-based issue. The costs itself were enough to provide a denial. But my recollection is also it had to be like a 2/3 approval or something like that. I can't remember though. So perhaps before you have those conversations, just grab the file and make sure we're having conversations that make sense to everybody. But I think it's a good idea. If folks are able to and want to hook up to municipal services and we have that opportunity, then why not do that? Now, let's circle back to the planning application. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Whitehead said in his presentation that he had received comment from Lower Trent as late as today. Will you be sharing those comments with our planning department and with council?
Mr. Whitehead?
Yes, indeed. I believe the comments were directed to the municipality as well, so I believe they're public information.
Yes, that's correct. We received the comments this afternoon. It was too late to add it to the agenda because we received them so late, but I'm going to upload them to the public website so the public has a chance to look at them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor LeBlanc, I think I saw your hand up.
Just wait. Like, even though my questions were about the application that weren't too much, but I don't see very much problem with the one house. The second house, I just want a few questions answered on it from the Lower Trent and some of these, because when they say, like Doug says, they got comments from the Lower Trent and they were answered, but nowhere in the document do I see the original comments from the Lower Trent and what was answered and what was discussed. So if I could have those, I'd really appreciate it too.
Thank you, Councilor LeBlanc. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment. I'm just happy to hear that staff will be meeting with the neighbors and discussing so that there can be a better understanding and a back and forth flow of information. So I just want to say I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to hearing back on all of that.
Thank you. And seeing no other requests for comment, I will ask Mr. Whitehead, do you have any final comments?
Just, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for the opportunity to make this presentation. I thought that even though there's some opposition to this proposal, I thought everybody's made their points clearly. And my only comment to those who are objecting to it would be that there seems to be a lot of resentment and just whatever against the Lakeside Landing subdivision. And although Block 49 is part of that subdivision, this is a separate matter in front of council. So it's hoped that council would review the proposal that's before them in light of the facts with what's being proposed, and any decisions that are related to the subdivision are completed and not before subdivision. Although there is some, I agree. It's under construction and maybe not a timely time to file this application, but there are agreements in place for addressing any concerns that council has with the existing subdivision. So, but thank you very much, and we look forward to reviewing staff's report after meeting with the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Go ahead, Councilor Rowley.
Thank you. Just one quick little question. Will we have a report in front of us again fairly soon?
We ask that question when I read the motion.
Yes, I can ask that question again when you read the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Barry, do you have any final comments?
Yes, I'd just like to let the public know that we will be reaching out to them to schedule a meeting. Even if they have any questions or comments, please do not hesitate to contact the planning department or the clerk's office.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. And again, council is not being asked to make a decision this evening. The motion before me is that council receives a report regarding consent applications B03-2021, B04-2021, B05-2021, and B06-2021, and zoning bylaw amendment application Z06-2021 as prepared by the Planning and Development Department. That after receiving public comments, a staff report is brought back for council's consideration. Is there a mover? Councilor Rowley, seconded by Councilor LeBlanc. I believe Councilor Rowley, you had a question.
Yes, I did, Mayor. I have a question. I'd like to direct it to staff. Will we see this planning concern come to us fairly soon?
Barry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't commit to a timeline. I want to make sure I get this right, given the number of comments we received. So I will keep council apprised through the director's office of updates on this matter, but at this time I can't provide you a firm timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rowley. Thank you, Mr. Barry. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes,
It's carried.
thank you. The motion to come out of the statutory public meeting reads that council move out of the statutory public meeting June 14th, 2021 at 10:27 p.m. Is there a mover? Councilor Bateman, seconded by Councilor Anderson. Don't know that I've ever, in the almost 18 years I've been on and off this council, had a 4-hour statutory public meeting. Is there any discussion on the motion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes,
It's carried.
that was no way meant as a slight to staff. I thank you for bringing all of this information forward. It's important that we move these items forward. So I do appreciate that. Move on to planning and development reports, short-term accommodation, public questionnaire results, and regulatory framework. Motion before me reads, sorry, I should ask. Mr. Walsh, we've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight, sir? Mr. Walsh?
I apologize, I'm mute. No further information to offer at this time, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Motion before me reads that council received the staff report dated June 14th, 2021 from the Director of Planning and Development regarding short-term accommodation, and that council resolve itself to direct staff to give a statutory notice regarding draft plan policies and draft zoning bylaw amendment provisions as attached here too, pertaining to short-term accommodations, draft a short-term accommodation licensing bylaw that addresses the orderly operations of short-term accommodations and bed and breakfast establishments, and bring forward a subsequent staff report and related bylaw for council's consideration. Is there a motion? Is there a mover? Councilor Anderson, seconded by Councilor LeBlanc. Is there any discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
I had a question.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Rowley.
Thank you.
Apologies. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I know we'll be reviewing this again and it'll have to come back. I'm wondering, and although I know we're still in COVID times, that, you know, Airbnbs and bed and breakfast and whatever won't be as busy yet, but will we have this tied up before we get right into the tourist and summer season? As we know that we've had some concerns with some folks who neighbor these short-term accommodation properties.
Mr. Walsh?
To the mayor, yeah, I think that it hinges a little bit on how much public feedback we get, how much review and revision and whatnot has to occur. But is fairly detailed and comprehensive, and I think that it captures most all issues in a rather considered way. I don't expect that there needs to be too many changes. Then, of course, thing with statutory bylaws and the planning act, they are open to appeal. So when that might conclude, it's really a matter of going through the process. But you see that it's essentially ready to go. And so usually there will be some changes as a result of the public engagement, but I think we can probably have it forward optimistically in a short time. I do say that in the past I've had a similar bylaw go forward with much more scale of concern, and it went through without appeal. So I think hopefully I can do that again.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, would we be discussing or incorporating accommodation tax in this phase of it?
I don't think it's contemplated in this bylaw, is it, Director?
No, Mayor. That you see in reference to the financial considerations part of the report, it says that subsequent to having a policy and a standards framework brought in, that once we see where all the licensed SDAs are, then we can then revisit or bring forward for the first time the idea of having a municipal accommodation tax.
I just touch on that. Our region is quite heavily coordinated in that. I won't mention the municipalities, but we all know who they are. And it's been recommended to us because of for tourism purposes and that we should seriously look at it. And the Bay of Quinte tourism people have been the ones sort of driving that as well. So it's something we should consider after that.
Certainly.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Please unmute yourself. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowling,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink, sorry,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes.
It's carried.
Thank you. The next item, next planning development report is zoning bylaw amendment application number Z05 2021. Mr. Walsh, we've read this report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
Excuse me, nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you. The motion before me reads that council receives a staff report dated March 8th. It's probably not March 8th. It's dated June 14th. 2021 pertaining to zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z05 2021 under the name of Hook and Bates, requesting the removal of holding symbol, and that council pass the zoning bylaw amendment as prepared for this report. And further, that council directs staff to require a supportive geotechnical report from a qualified person prior to the final approval of a building permit. Is there a mover? Councilor LeBlanc, seconded by Councilor Rowley. Is there any discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes.
It's carried.
Thank you. We have no unfinished business this evening, which takes us into bylaws. The first is a zoning bylaw amendment with regard to Rosslyn Builders. Motion before me reads that council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date. Being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, to amend bylaw number 140/2002 as otherwise amended of the Corporation of the Municipality of Brighton, as it applies to certain lands located in Lot 1 on Plan 490, being Part 1 on Plan 39R 12428, and part of Lots 1 and 2, Concession 2, and part of Lot 34, Concession A, being Part 1 on Plan 39R 9723 and Parts 4 and 5 on Plan 39R 11830. Is there a mover? Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Is there any discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes.
It's carried.
Takes us to our next bylaw, zoning amendment, removal of holding for the applicant Cook. Motion before me reads that council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date. Being a bylaw to amend comprehensive zoning bylaw number 140/2002 as amended by changing the zone classification from the rural residential exception number 24 holding to the rural exception number 24 pertaining to the lands described as Part Lot 35 Concession A, Parts 1 and 2 of Registered Plan 39R 14161, County Road 30 in the municipality of Brighton. Is there a mover? Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Is there any discussion? Members of council, please unmute yourselves. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes,
It's carried.
thank you. That takes us to question period. Madam Clerk, are you aware of anyone joining us to ask a question on tonight's agenda?
I'm not. Chris Harrington was going to, but she has left.
Everyone's gone to bed.
Yeah.
She was here not too long ago, so that's kind of surprising.
Mhm.
Okay. We have moved the in-camera session to June 21st. We don't need that. Takes us to a confirmatory bylaw with a motion that reads the council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading. And finally passes on this date, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the corporation of the municipality of Brighton Council held on June 14th, 2021. Is there a mover? Councillor Bateman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Vink. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Ron Anderson,
Yes.
Councillor Mark Bateman,
Yes.
Councillor Doug LeBlanc,
Yes.
Councillor Emily Rowley,
Yes.
Councillor Mary Tadman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Laura Vink,
Yes.
Mayor Brian Ostrander.
Yes.
It's carried.
Thank you, everyone. Long night, good discussion. Thanks for hanging in. It's 10:39 p.m. I will adjourn this meeting.